Surprise, prize. What did I say last time? In the last video, which is about 8 videos down. So at the end of this one, or any video on this channel, there should be a thing that goes, and if you click on it, it'll bring you right to the playlist. And then if you click on one of those, you'll be conveniently able to, it'll be on this side. Scroll down the, the videos. What did I say? I want it to freeze up and distort my face every time I look towards the camera directly. As you already know, well, that's one of the things, the telltale signs. These people are using every computer resource they have to ping our router. Wow, you're so creative. Now, the only way for you to get the IP address is from GoofTube. That's right, Child Molester Central, apparently. So you're giving away the fact that that's your back door. You've got a friend at GoofTube. Wow. Or they've got a backdoor into it. I don't think so. And I'm kind of curious because we started reporting about a year ago, more than a year ago, about the Solar Winds hack, which they say took over 1,000 engineers to do. And we were insisting this was happening 6 months before anybody in the mainstream, whatever, came out and said, oh, they discovered this hack. I told you this was happening. They're using backdoors through main, like big company computers. And that view counter, I know it don't work accurately, but what I find interesting, because we have a stalker, that they're switching from arrest, they're logged in, whatever, they get the notification we're live, they switch to, I guess, an incognito tab or something. And every time I mouth off about them, they switch back to the regular tab and then back again. Right? No. So I didn't realize live videos, you can, while I'm not thinking, because I'm making a video, I can't do nothing with it. Let's have another computer here, which I have. They don't exactly function. That's not the point. If I wanted to go through enough trouble, I could watch it on here. But you can just scroll back immediately. I keep saying wait till we're done the video, and then you can scroll through whatever, find the important shit, and skip the unimportant shit. So the news stops at the first 5 minutes of CRI is the hourly news. We didn't get on until 13 minutes after, so we missed the first 13 minutes of Beijing hour. No, we didn't. Because they run the headlines, then teasers, then stories. They cover it 3 times during that. That 15 to 45 minutes is actually almost the whole show, almost. Right now it's the Beijing hour, and everything the way it's set up right now with this internet radio, the website that provides that data of where the radio stations are, the URLs. There's no other way to input a URL to this application. So for some reason that's not loading, and so anything I cleared out of, I removed the app, reinstalled it. This 15 megabyte app takes 45 megabytes. I don't understand why. What else was it? Oh yeah, these hemp hearts. Now the hemp hearts. First of all, you're stripping the fucking shell off. Oh, because why? I need the fiber too, stupid. It's 50% protein, 50% fiber. That 50% protein has the proper ratios. Forget what they are. I don't know if it's 1 to 1 to 1, but 369 omega fatty acids. Now the problem here, the reason nobody's nouvelle image. So what's it say? New look, same great taste. Yeah, there's 2 things wrong with that. Okay, I've been telling you for years. Why are you putting it in plastic and cardboard? You don't listen. The plastic you're using. Now, this seems to be the nature of some types of plastic. The expiry date here says 2021, August 27th. Okay, that's fine, because that's for this Friday. And right now, it is 12 minutes into Tuesday, Universal Time. Now, I'm going to give you a little tip here. These dates are almost always 2 years. Okay, sometimes it's 3 for these products. It's not the food going bad that's the problem. It's the package. Okay. This reeks. You can't eat it because it tastes like you're eating floor paint. If you know that gray paint that comes in a 5-gallon bucket that is also gray, that you used to paint stairwells, basements, garage floors with, it's pretty good paint, but you got to have a rough surface for it to stick to. Anyway, it's the plastic in here. Okay. It's the same components as acrylic-based paint or all sorts of oil chemicals, and it off-gases into the product. Okay, so what's happening here, I know what's happening. The company redesigned whatever because they're not the source of omega-3 polyunsaturates. That's interesting because it's actually the source of omega-369. What is a polyunsaturate? Oh, that's a fat. It's a fatty acid. Oh, that'll make people think they get fat, and then they'll think of acid, and that's dope. That's dope. Don't be a dope. That's not what that word means, by the way. Dope and junkie have nothing to do with drugs. It's you trying to make it that way, and you're shitting on veterans and plumbers. Okay, and plumbers are the reason why 8 billion people can live on this planet right now. So what's happened here is Nature's Path Foods. Ew. Product of USA. Richmond, BC. Product of USA. That's interesting. Canada Organic. Guess what? Canada can't certify an American farm as organic, you retards. Oh my God. How? So, box, paper, bag, plastic. That's very creative. Neither one of which is recyclable. No, it's not. It's already recycled, they say. Looks like unbleached. I can't tell if this recycled content or not. It doesn't say so. Whole grain. 30 grams per portion. What's a portion? There's so much wrong with this. So this company paid extra to Loblaws. I guarantee it's LPL East or LPL West. Loblaws Properties Limited. Galen Weston, the fucking guy who can admit to running a fucking racket for 15 years and never get punished. And somehow convince all the other companies they got to pitch in money to fix it. Yeah, almost. We almost did that. You paid extra so it'll be on the end. So it'll be on the shelf at the height of the average height of who? Of who? At what height did you put this? Because 6'1" the ideal height for longevity. Anybody over 6'1" is also in the, or is it 6'2"? Anyone over 6'1" is in the 99th percentile, meaning there's less than 1% of the population is taller than that, which is why you can't find clothes. That's why tall people, big people, oh, because they're tall and they're skinny, so it's weird. No, it's because we're 1% of the population. That's the reason. You're stupid. We're tall. Okay, no, there's no linking up there. You paid extra. They marked up the price, didn't sell. Somebody bought some. It stank like fucking floor paint. They told their friends on, Pinterest, Reddit, whatever. There's a bunch of them, Yelp, something. Because they do this, like, oh, you can get this on sale right now. I know what it is. It's parents at home on the computer trying to save dollars while the other parents out trying to get money. I get it. Or running the errands or whatever. So since you marked up the price, you get to decide what's written on the tax receipt when you donate it. And it's not edible. This is not food. This is garbage. Okay. Now, other places I smell the same plastic smell. I put dog food in these. You see these square buckets here? They're 4.5 gallons. The half height ones are 2 gallons. Those are interesting. I've only got 4 of those in here somewhere. They didn't make them for very long. They didn't. Coffee Time didn't make zucchini muffins they had zucchini muffins. I swear to God. Zucchini. I've got them here somewhere. I only got 4 of them, and they're half height because nobody bought these goddamn things. The company that makes the buckets will make whatever you want. These are, I think, HDPE. They're polyethylene of some type. Number 2 or 4, I don't. Number 2 is LD. Number 4 is high density, low density, high density. Polyethylene, PET or PET is 1. Right? Okay. They'll make them out of polypropylene, and they rate them as taking 90 degrees Celsius. But really, you can put boiling water in them. I put a big bag of dog food in one of these buckets. Long story short, I do not presently have a dog, and I found the bucket. I'm like, oh, taste some of it because I always taste dog's food. Can't expect them to eat it if I won't eat it. All right. That's how we found out about the melamine in the dog food, the contamination from China a few years ago. Oh, right. So there was a few things. It was water, a big thing back in 2015, 16, 17, whatever. And then also, I think at the beginning of 2019, was water companies, which are private enterprises in China. Sort of. What isn't related to the military? If you're part of a country, like Tim Hortons opened up a branch in a franchise, whatever, maybe it's corporate owned, I don't remember, in Afghanistan, right? So all Tim Hortons are linked to the military. Hey, they're in Canada. They're not based in Canada. No, they're not. Tim Horton was a Canadian cokehead running from the cops in his, I think it was a convertible or so, I forget what it was now. And hit a bridge abutment or something. That's what happened. And this is why I think Jim Norton should be the spokesperson for Tim Hortons in the United States. It's just what I think it'd be perfect. I think it'd be perfect. He drives. He drinks coffee. Does he not drink coffee? Is he on some health tip or something? I can't see Jim Norton being on a health tip. Oh, you want to hear round table? Tune in yourself. By the way, these idiots that keep fucking with the audio or the internet and shit, I don't know if you noticed, but at the beginning they say what station it is, how to find it, whatever. And I say, go ahead and find this on your own. These are just samples to get you to... I found this in the gutter a while ago. I don't remember if I told you guys that. I don't remember how many videos I've been making. I found these in the gutter too. And that is not white, it is clear. So somehow my rubber bands get listed as rubber bands. They're my hair ties, get listed as rubber bands on my property bag. We went this right here. It's literally right here. Oh, you can't see it, but it's right there. And these got listed as hair ties and not bracelets. And I had elastics in my hair and on my bracelets, so I got slightly confused by that. That's too bright. No matter which way I do this, the camera is in the line of sight. Property bag. Anyway, so it's a great product, but you only donated it to the place to get the tax receipt. And you decided what would be on the tax receipt. Oh, yes, they do. I not only worked for nonprofits, I did the tax returns. A charitable information return is what it's called. There's also nonprofit. That's not the same thing. Wait, what do you mean? Nonprofits sell, uniforms for little league teams. Or not for profit. It's not the same thing as a charitable organization. This is Canada. We have to do things this way. Hey, you know what a prohibited weapon is in Canada? I mean, you can't have it, right? No, it means you need a prohibited weapons license. Wait a second, what the fuck is that? Exactly, it don't make sense. This is Canada. And in addition, the Firearms Act does not apply to armed forces members. Yeah, does this say Canadian forces? Forces with a capital F or armed forces. I'm going to consider the United States Army as an ally to Canada at the moment. Longest undefended border. That means U.S. Army guys could walk up to Canada, and Canada Army guys could walk down to the U.S., right? We could just do that, right? Like on our off time, right? So, yeah, the Firearms Act don't even apply to them, but it's another sensitive issue. Now, what I thought was interesting, a couple things I found interesting. The Facebook photo, down there, the Facebook photo that I have right now as a profile photo is the TGN 404 Swatch Gentleman's Original, Indiglo Gents Original. And that was about 300. You do the exchange rates and everything. It's shipping. The order off the internet, you pay shipping but not taxes. If you bought it here, right? So it comes about 350. This one here, what I was able to find, 350. Hold on, 350, real close to 400, 400 range. This one's listed as being newer. Not 20 years old, about 10 years old, about 8 or 10 years. I'm not sure. Didn't look too deep into it yet. $200. So the band's only slightly different. This one's not expandable. Most are not, really. But the leather ones, at least you could cut with your Leatherman knife if you got one, Swiss Army knife, if you get it stuck under an engine block, right? That is the only concern I have with these. Now, this is an interesting mechanism. I like this. This is simple. Remember, Guess doesn't really make anything. They license the name Guess. So this is Japan Movement. So I believe this is minutes and seconds. Sorry, seconds, minutes, and hours. It's a real chronometer. It's got 3 buttons instead of 1 like the other one, or 2. Like no, it had the one. It had the one knob here. When you press it in, it glows. This one does not press in. This is not Timex, so it will not do this. This is Japan Movement. Now, all I know is all the really good watches, sorry, not the high end, but the really good watches back in the 80s, 90s all said Japan Movement, Quartz Movement, whatever. Since Guess doesn't make watches, somebody else made a watch, and instead of putting their company name, they put Guess, right? Okay, so it's actual gold plated. I'm going to take a wild guess that might be 14, but I'm not 100% sure. 12 or 14, but I haven't looked it up yet. Yeah, the stainless steel Timex, roughly, let's say roughly 50% more to buy than this one, which is a gold-plated Guess steel. I don't know. And it's when I look real close, everything lines up right. Everything, there's no, like I said, Guess is not a watchmaker, but whoever made this is a watchmaker, even if they're not the biggest known name brand. You know what I mean? Now this third one here, so as I rotate the, I forget what this is called. I'm so sorry. So that I moved, that's when you set the time. This one here keeps track of 24 hours. So it says 24 at the top, line 04, line 06, sorry, 08, line 12, line 16, line 20, line 24. So basically, all the numbers and lines are the even hours, and the spaces in between are odd. So if you're looking at 1:30 p.m. on the main dial, you can determine quite quickly that it's 13:30 in the 24-hour clock. Right. Okay, so let us, do I have an interesting link? I wonder what the last link, oh no, it'll be garbage. I'm not even gonna try it. I'm not sure what I'm gonna try to do here. Somehow with 0.08, I gave a girl a piece and I gave a homeboy a little piece. She got the slightly bigger piece. And we'll see how that plays out in the end. And I smoked a little joint. I've had a reasonably good day as a trader, you know what I mean? I owe some people some stuff, but some people owe me some stuff too. It's not a huge deal. And this was filthy, but the guy said, oh no, that's soap. I had it in here and the soap got on it. Now, if you're thinking, oh, gold watch, maybe it's stolen, blah, 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 that's why there's not a huge market for stuff like this. It's got just enough wear and tear. You would not pay $200 for this as it sits. What I think this is, what I suspect, is this is a Father's Day gift, and that the guy wore it every day. So normally you would put it this way on this way. Okay. I don't know why, because you have to turn. Now, at no point does the back of your wrist face your face. The watch is here, facing outwards for everyone else to see. And it's upside down, so they can't look at it. On this wrist, you might as well put it this way. If it's on the outside of the wrist, okay? If I rotate that out, it's upside down. If I rotate it in, it's right side up. Okay, do you understand what I'm trying to say? You're wearing it for other people to look at, but you put it on upside down. And then you have to twist your arm like this. You know how hard this is on your elbow to do this? I'll tell you how hard. Lexus moved the key, the ignition key. We have left-hand drive because we drive on the right-hand side. Now, if 90% of people are right-handed, why did some countries have you drive on the right? The gear shift is here. I don't know which order the pedals are in. The turn signals have to be reversed because they always go in the direction that the wheel will turn. It's the nature of the mechanism. That's how it works. So it intuitively also lets you know, if you tip it to the right, you're going to turn to the right. Tip it to the left, counterclockwise, you're going to turn it to the left. I heard somebody say that people get trained, oh, up is right and down is left. You're a fucking retard. You're the same people that use right foot on the gas, left foot on the brake, and you ride the clutch too because it's a little smoother, right? No, it's not smoother. I heard that off a video the other day too. That doesn't add up to me. I know I'm babbling and rambling. We're going to miss the entire first half of the round table, but I don't give a fuck. I need to hit this pipe here. It's perfectly legal where I live. And the nature of this channel is not just, hey, look at us smoke weed. That's not what's going on here. So that's why I get away with it. So you can report all you want. I have suicide disease, trigeminal neuralgia. I have sickle cell anemia. Yes, I do. I'm not arguing with you. And I have parvovirus B19, which I can't get rid of. That's how we know I have sickle cell. Right. How do we know it's not another anemia? The hypopigmentation issue and other things. A bunch of other things. So.
Et une autre particularité, vous avez les thermoflash.
Thermoflash. I know I put a bit too much tobacco on the top there, but I've been lighting this with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure what that is. That looks like a cinnamon roll type thing.
Hunger driving my motivation, no tolerance, running short of patience. Skip gold, do not collect money. That's the shit that got me dreaming robberies. When pops left, it was the block that fathered me. Got a problem, load the weapon, that's how you solve it, that's what it taught to me. And it's how your face starting to bother me. Put me in the direction where the bottle be. Guess that's just how I was born to be. Some come to this world with diamonds and pearls, some come to poverty.
All that sunlight, I wasted it. I need to know how much fluid's in here.
That's all we know, so gotta be right. Or maybe it's left, but it's all we got left. Not the thug until my last breath. Truly, peace of love to the ones that know me and fuck the rest. I mean it, and she know. But if I go this door, it might be for the last time. On my hands, cause I can't remember. And when my night go, I literally in the room.
All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, grave dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, grave dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to die for it. If you want it, better be ready to die for it.
That early morning hustler shit. Cocaine in the pot, stirring till it's thick. Throw some ice in the mix and shock it. That's how you rock that shit. Now here comes the magic trick. Abracadabra, bitch. The soul disappears quick as your baby.
Toronto Tap, I swear by it. I swear by it. A week or two ago, I did drink a bottle of water. I think it was Nestle Pure Life, something like that. Whatever it was, I did drink a bottle of water. It wasn't one of the smaller bottlers. I drank it because I didn't think I could make it to a water fountain or my house before I would die from the dehydration. I haven't drank a bottle of water from the store in a long time. If you reuse the bottles over and over, whatever off-gassing they're going to do, they've already done. So, Jesus, you got part numbers on here. Now, Roseanne, the TV show, if you go way back to like the first season or whatever, her and her sister, Jackie, I know, and Dan, I know, it's what was on TV, okay? Now, I don't know what type of white people you were watching on TV. I was watching Roseanne, and Seinfeld. They worked in a plastic factory. That's working man stuff, you know.
Mama's welfare check. This the life, yeah, fuck you pay me. I brought the bitch with me just to show you I ain't playing. All the goons in this motherfucker know what I'm saying. Bet the streets gon' feel me. Know these cops still wanna kill me or confine me. But first you gotta find me, so confine me. You bitch ass, punk ass cop.
You can call me anytime on the phone, cause I'm always home. Dirty bleach, done dirt cheap, in the middle of the night. Dirty niggas creep, I give a fuck who sees. Don't you make a fucking peek, get your head chopped off like a chicken head. I don't think you understand what these lickings ever said.
Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, grave dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to die for it. If you want it, better be ready to die for it.
Oh, and if you're wondering, I got like 5 teeth rotting out. Just go like that. Okay. I know I'm going to hit round table and be very upset, but we're going to hit it anyway.
You should be saying the heat, man.
In a second. I don't know why I put that tobacco in there. I don't usually do that when I use a lighter.
Handle my business, the fuck with me is a guarantee get wish. I was taught to handle my business, the fuck with me is a guarantee get wish. I was taught to handle my business, the fuck with me is a guarantee get wish. If there's warriors in the building, better show them respect. Fuck a tough got tough talking on the internet. Fuck that, you wanna talk again. You never commit no snitch. If the paperwork ain't proof enough, I don't know what it is. You know what it is. Hit the 13, 23 shit. All your shit talk got you sinking in the sand quick. Running them up to get you punched up. Better hope we don't find where you hide. Cause we the type to kick the door in and find ourselves inside. Difference between me and you is that I'm a gangster that raps and you just gangster rapping, dog. Doing that surprise when it happens. My homies known for begging victims on me get to clapping. Yeah, it's gang life and it is what I said it was. We the real thugs, you just rapping with a buzz.
Was taught to handle my business, to fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught to handle my business, to fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught to handle my business.
I was thinking, I've been watching some videos about rotary engines. Now I know what rotary engines are. I'm aware of quite a few types of internal, well, every type of engine. Ah, damn it. Okay. Rotary engines. I know I've been looking at 4 rotor builds, custom 4 rotor builds. I did not look at the 6 rotor build, but I'm thinking, why couldn't we put 8 rotors and then have some big long hood type of car from like the 20s, let's say? That would sound like a damn rocket ship. You know what I'm talking about? The Wankel. It's called a Wankel rotary engine. Now, somewhere I also say, I know they say all sorts of crap on video. I've known that since a kid watching traditional television. Right. Okay. Traditional, because our traditions are television. Right. What did the Connors do on Roseanne? All of them. That's where they got the name. Oh, he knows. If they weren't now, they didn't literally have them watching TV very often, but they basically talked about it a lot, didn't they? Hello, I'm not sure you are, but welcome to the place. No, so if you're new to this, I'm gonna take a couple more hits off this, then I'm gonna go back to the radio to try to learn something, try to make it education. What I'm really doing is trying to share what I do, which is a pain in the ass on a good day.
Fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught to handle my business, to fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish.
I think you're thinking I'm one of those guys that let shit slide. Not dog, but I walk up or drop by. I'm more about a homicide. My finger itches just to pull the trigger. Your finger itches just to point the finger. I'm a hustler every day up on my grind. You must be out your mind talking like you hold the tech, not to take lives.
I'm not sure. One of them is called Wedding Cake, and the other one's called Rockstar. And if I had to guess, these pieces here are the Rockstar because they're dark. Ah, fuck! I just had the lights up and shit. But and then this one here, I'm pretty sure is what he's calling Wedding Cake. I'm pretty sure. But there is some purple. There's a lot. So what's happened in Canada is there's so many people growing that they crossbreed things and so forth. If you know what purple kush is, there's little pieces of the purple in the butt, like as you're breaking it open. Oh fuck, you see the purple in there. So it's not purple kush, but it's not even called kush. Wedding Cake and Rockstar. And Rockstar, I got a few bags. Where did I put all them bags? I got a stack of the bags. I've got a few of those Rockstar from last year. I don't know how useful this is, but you can see me about a year ago on some of these videos getting all messed up off that.
You live in the fantasy, knowing in reality. Maybe you just don't know who you're fucking with. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is the Kid. Call me Billy One Shot, but the shotty at your rib. From the springs, only take 1 shot to kill. Yeah, I promise blood to spill. Hit the curb quick. Why you holding the gun with shaking hands, acting all nervous? Could it be that inside just a little bitch? Maybe just a little bit.
Handle my business, to fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught to handle my business, to fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught to handle my business, to fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught to handle my business, to fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish.
Cut that there. And let's see if I can learn anything on this. And there's no guarantees.
Medical workers,
workers
whose jobs that people can't do without. Even as other people, for instance, white-collar workers are allowed to work remotely from home. So this discussion of whether these essential workers are being paid according to what their name, to what the description of their title is worth.
I got things to say.
Very interesting perspective. Another perspective is, like He Yang said earlier, how do you distinguish essential workers from non-essential workers within a given institution? For instance, I was an English major, and I look at my major and also my career, and I think
you can't adjust
anybody
that.
with an English major here in China might have difficulty getting into a company and do essential work, because essentially they will be helping out. For instance, as a communication worker or somebody that works on translation. For instance, when we graduated, we think going into a bank will be a very profitable job for people in our business. You'll be translating as an in-house translator for a rather profitable institution, so the treatment and the financial remuneration is going to be above average. But again, if you look at the issue of essential or non-essential workers, whatever they do are going to be supplementary to the major work at a banking institution. I think I'm referring to perhaps
You've seen a bank manager unplug a toilet, bro?
Hired to manage a portfolio of the VIP customers. We're referring to maybe
VIP customers are sometimes very unpleasant to be around.
Or people on the ground who will talk to average consumers to try and convince them to deposit more money into the bank, so the banks have more ammunition to do with when they go about investing money and enlarging profit. As a result, I will look at people who study English as a major working in a bank as somebody that's not working in an essential job. And I couldn't help but think, what is the plan for their future in their career? But then again, you would think that for anybody to think about this issue, I mean, what's going to be the future of my career? You're implying that you're talking about people who are rather ambitious, who want to make a name out of themselves, who want to do something in their lives. But whereas, in fact, maybe most people, they don't necessarily think a lot about their career.
That's interesting.
The largest population.
Assume that more than just a handful of people out there would be thinking about, does my job exist next year? Am I going to be...
Always think 5 minutes ahead. That's my uncle.
Going to be trimmed when the company downsizes or sort of, tries to improve efficiency. And especially considering these days, I think most people would agree that nobody's going to be able to do one job from beginning, that is when you graduate, to you retire. That's just not the job landscape we see these days. And therefore, there would be this thought.
That's a very Western viewpoint.
What about next year? Like, as long as you've got this kind of thinking, then you would be contemplating on, okay, what is not necessarily the next move, but, am I able to stick around for more than a year? And I read through all these posts online on Zhihu, on Weibo, and these are some popular social media platforms in China. And a lot of young people, it's mostly young people sharing their personal anecdotes. For example, like, let's say you've joined one of these big tech firms, which are going through a bit of a regulatory storm right now, and understandably, people would be thinking about job security. And so you finally get into one of these big companies, which has,
and within 2 minutes, you're unemployed.
Of thousands of employees, and you are being incorporated to a new project. Like, a lot of these, the ways that these companies work is that, there are multiple, maybe tens of dozens of new projects. Like, I can't think of the word right now, basically trying to see if these like new functions of an app or a new area of business can grow or not. So like people go to these like projects and work for these individual teams. So yeah, you're a newbie to the team, and this is a new project, and they're according to Harvard Business Review, so this is mainly looking at American firms, that only 1 in 4 of these called distant adjacency initiatives, so these new projects, can actually work. So you know you're joining something that has a high probability of failing. And you're new, you need to work your way up to the core business, but it seems like an arduous journey without an end. And that's, I think, the frustration that some of these young people are feeling. That is, I'm a little new person, I'm eager to learn, and I join this big machine.
Can't remember how to spell adjacent.
How do I get to the key part of the business? How do I get seen? I think ultimately the outcry is here.
Be part of the 25% that of the initiative that's successful. I guess that's really your only way. If it doesn't work out, then you're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and find another place to work. And I was reading a lot of articles, back in the States about a lot of young people feeling that they don't have that same, I guess you could say, confidence in a lot of these industries and companies as they did before, where they can come on and start a career and stick with them for the long haul. And that's something that COVID-19 has taught a lot of people, is that you may not, you're not even sure if you're going to be around for a year. So you have to, and then the rise of the gig economy, where people have, the side hustle.
If you don't know those words, pay attention.
Work out, I can work on something else and still make some money. And if that could, even if it's I'm
gonna sell heroin and work at the grocery store bag. Of course you are. You have to. That's how that happens.
It's just good to have something on the side, because you never know with the way things are going these days. And some of these companies are constantly evolving, making changes. I have a sister overseas who works for a huge pharmaceutical company in that respective country, and they just had to make some revisions. They cut, like, I believe, over 50% of their staff.
Revisions means the person firing you has already been fired
at that time, but she had to take on the role of like 4 or 5 different people. So in order to stay, she would have to pretty much be working nonstop. So so she ended up leaving, but it was just, really, really stressful for people who are in these quote unquote essential roles. It's not going to be easier for them either. They have to overwork. And I go back to the medical industry in the States. Right now, you're hearing a lot about people in the hospitals that are supremely overwhelmed because they just don't have enough people to do the job. And so it's just, they're essential. They have work, but they're just, it's almost not.
We're always going to be working at the hospital.
It's too stressful, and a lot of them are quitting. I mean, so it's trauma from that angle too.
It looks like
so it's really tough to determine which is. I mean, is it better to be on the essential side or not?
There we go.
This increased mobility, if not flexibility, is something that the Chinese people have to get used to nowadays. Before reform and opening up, I think most people work for the public institution, and like we said about the teachers at public schools, these are stable jobs. And once you get these jobs, you're okay to think that you get it for life. And as a result, people don't normally think about whether you are in a sideline job or whether you are at an essential job, because chances are you are stuck with it for your whole life.
Stuck.
Yeah. But now that
he's very Chinese.
Mobility
where the other girl sounds very Western.
That freedom, but then you also have to suffer with the stress. I mean, that's something we have to live with. Now, one good example of young people having to deal with the change, I think one successful example would be tech companies trying to expand their business elsewhere. For instance, TikTok, we know, has started off as a short video platform, but given
made Donald Trump go fucking crazy
of online shopping in this country, TikTok is looking to expand into into a shopping platform. As a result, you can only imagine there could be a team that's being newly drafted to fulfill this kind of application, and that's one of the successful examples of a tech company really seeing opening at a certain aspect of the social life and really rise above it. But of course, there are other failed examples. Then I think it's entirely up to individuals who are at these special projects to really look for the future. It's okay. I mean, there's a saying that everybody's looking for the resume, and some people might think, okay, I'm looking for this big tech giant on a sideline project. As long as it makes my resume look nice, then it's really worth it. Again, you can look at it in this perspective. Think of yourself as a startup that you want to start your own business, but instead of you losing everything you have at that experiment, you get to be a part of that experiment, and you gain valuable experience or lessons from this, and that's something you can bring on to your next job. But there's also a catch in the sense that when you move on, you got to be careful, because an HR could look at your resume and say, this guy has always been working on sideline projects wherever they go, then that shows a poor choice of career planning. So I think on the one hand, it's okay for you to be stuck at certain sideline projects for a while and really get the experience and lessons from it. But on the other hand, you also have to look where you jump.
Well, I'm hoping that a lot of HR managers and companies will.
Hey, wait a second. That wasn't advice. You know, he spent all that time, didn't give us any help.
Employment due to this pandemic, and be able to understand if
that's
someone
half
has
the diameter.
Different, that they've had to shift gears a few times in their employment because of obviously what's going on. So and I think also
I can't stand that guy. He doesn't do anything wrong. I just can't stand him. He's relatively new to the CRI family. So these guys start off in Canada as, yes, this is when we need to get pinged to death and knock the whole video off. That's fine. Starting in Canada as ESL teachers go to China, and then they end up slowly. They start doing the learn Chinese segments for CRI. Then as they're good on the radio, they start doing these shows. Shifting gears. Yeah, these cars they make now don't have no gears, right? China has the world's largest population of Anglophones, English speakers, 350 million people. And there was like 6 other things that drove me nuts that I wanted to scream about. I'll just start playing again.
Endeavor.
Ambivalent.
You're listening to Roundtable. Coming up next, we're going to announce the lucky listeners who get to receive a little gift we brought all the way back from Tibet. Stay tuned.
What did you steal? You want to hear the...
East meets West. Understanding is the goal.
You're listening to Roundtable.
It's a 15-second break for some reason.
Lightning and Tony Reed in the studio with me. We've radio broadcast, video streamed, podcasted our trip to Tibet.
I saw some of it.
Special series, Railway Trip in Tibetan Style for the last few weeks. And you've given us so much support and feedback.
This is someone else's blood on my clothes.
You. So these are the 5 listeners who've commented and left us messages.
I want to turn it off. Now I want to know what they're giving away.
At 英语环球广播. And let me just read out your parts of your comments.
And I see Jimmy and Johnny and Timmy and Tommy.
Left us a message about reading 藏地密码. So this, I think, is a popular novel, yes, and always had great fascination towards Tibet. And this time, you've watched and listened to every episode.
You're
and
filling time.
Thank you so
Damn
much
it. Okay,
for your attention and your time. And dear Ding Dong says that this outside of the
you just made that up.
Make me know our hosts so much better. And
Okay, that's
there's
only two.
such
There's five. We gotta hear
flattery
this now.
words that I'm a little shy to read out word by word. But thank you for, giving Lai Ming, Huang Shen, and myself
You just said
individual comments. And thank you. And she really enjoyed the hot pot, the wetland of Lalu Shidi, and all the Tibetan fashion.
So this is
Thank you
sort
so
of
much,
government
dear Ding Dong, and Tai Tou
radio.
Jian Xi
They can spend
says that
all
I
day
hope you
doing nothing if
guys
they want.
can do more videos. And there's so much I know about you guys and Tibet now after all these video streams. Thank you. And Sky,
Pay attention to what they're not saying.
says, thank you so much for planning this special series. I can see so much effort going into the project, and thank you so much for bringing me a very alive experience of going to
I'm
Tibet.
going to do your job
And
better in
Zheng Xinfeng
30
says
seconds. I'm going to
that
compress it.
Tibet is a place that I've always dreamt that I would go one day, and it's really nice to get a little taste of Tibet just from watching your videos. So thank you, all 5 of you.
That wasn't
and,
5. What are you giving
our
away?
colleague on Weibo will send you a message about, I guess, asking for address and other details.
Like
so
your
that
bank
we
account
can
number.
Give you the little gifts we brought back from Tibet. And thank you so much for participating, and giving us all these wonderful feedback from our trip to Tibet. And coming up next, Motivational Monday.
No, we're skipping that. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. My hands are full. Where's that bottle? I'm gonna throw this in that bottle.
Tony, let's start with you this week.
No.
What do you have
no,
for us?
No.
Well, today's a very special day for me.
Oh, let's hear this. This is going to be horrible.
I wanted to share.
This guy doesn't do anything wrong. I
about
just can't stand him
birthdays.
personally.
Happy birthday.
Hey.
Right.
Happy
Yeah, thanks.
birthday!
Well, according to research, birthdays are
That's not
good
motivating.
for your health. And studies show that people who have more birthdays live the
longer.
longest.
Oh,
That's true.
thank you.
And also,
Thank you.
they
That
say
was
that
I
age is all
told
in your mind, but the trick is to keep it from creeping down into the rest of your body. And I'm starting to feel
Hey,
it a
this
little
watch
bit in
is
different
broken,
parts
but
of
it's
my body,
right twice a
especially
day.
the grays that are popping up every now and then. So I just, I read a quote that just said, "Happy birthday. May your Facebook and WeChat and all of your social medias,
I'm intrigued.
their walls be
I'm
filled
intrigued.
with messages from people you never talked to."
Mm.
So I just wanted to say that, yes, for all the people that sent messages and, my friends and everything, that thank you, and it feels good.
So if you want to see how it really works in real life, now it's interesting who pays attention and who doesn't. Put a fake birthday on your Facebook and let people see it, and you'll see the people that really know you will probably send you a message anyway, whatever, or post or whatever, something on the real day. And the people that don't know you are going to hit you up on the day you put up there. But you would think after years, the people that you still talk to all the time, but you don't really know them in real life, would eventually pick up on the fact there's 2 sets of birthdays. You got 2 birthdays every year. And they don't. So, sorry, I'm going to turn this back on the hope that there's something.
The beclouding here leads to a foolish simplicity. There's the love of knowing without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to dissipation of mind. There's the love of being sincere without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to an injurious disregard of consequences. There is the love of straightforwardness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to rudeness. There's the love of boldness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to insubordination. There is the love of firmness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to extravagant conduct.
This is slam poetry,
I guess by now you must have figured out one keyword in the quote by Confucius, and that is, if you do everything, if you have other virtues, but you don't follow it up with the love of learning, chances are you get
Hold on.
fooled by those
What if you're
around
like a
you. Chances are you
sadistic
get
serial killer or
misguided.
something? You
Chances
shouldn't learn more.
are you let go of yourself in exhibiting courage and bravery. So it's nice to have all these virtues, but always follow up with these diligence and love for learning.
Be really into what you do, right?
Right.
Yeah, beautiful.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Lai Ming. And what I have for you today is something related to health. Health is of prominent.
No, I just burned 4 minutes. I'm not burning more. So this is, I find this intriguing. I don't know if I saw that. I don't think I saw this before. It says Canada, 25 cents, 1867, 2017. And in Canada, when we do that, that doesn't always mean when you see different dates. It's let's not get into it. There's a mint mark. There's a hands and shit. There's a turtle, a bird, and a beaver. On the back of the turtle. Now I've pointed out how much we love maple leaves here. That we put maple leaves on our maple leaves. Okay, we put the word Canada, and there's a little flag hanging off of the D. Okay, that's how bad we are with this. There is a maple leaf on the center. It looks like graffiti on the back of the turtle shell. Like it looks like some Canadian kid went up and spray painted a maple leaf on the back of this poor sea turtle. I never saw that before. I wanted the top of the hour news, so I guess we're less than 60 seconds from then.
Chinese rulers, ministers, thinkers.
Actually, it would be, so they're on a, what's the delay again? There's delays and all this shit.
The Chinese to this day. Subscribe to Makers and Shakers of Chinese
I'm gonna fuck it up
History
again too. I better pack the next bowl.
on your favorite podcast.
Are you interested in learning Chinese?
I always tell my
skipped
students
that part.
listening is the key to mastering the language. Check out Takeaway Chinese, where you can start learning the language quickly and enjoyably, no matter if you're a rookie.
Hi-ho, hi-ho. What's interesting is they're running that commercial and bitching because usually the last 5 minutes of every hour is exactly that. It's actually Chinese studio, that one. The 5 minutes is Chinese studio. The 30 minutes is takeaway Chinese or whatever. And sometimes they get creative, and the 25-minute is actually 25 minutes. We'll have a 5-minute different fucking show teaching you more Chinese. I knew how to say infrared for 20 minutes, and then they told me how to fucking tell people I had to puke or something.
Recording of a live broadcast transmitted 7 a.m.
I need
Beijing
the
time.
fucking hourly news, you
Examining the events
cocksuckers.
that impact and shape China and the rest of the world. This is the Beijing Hour, 1 hour of news and information.
So the other thing is, when they do the Beijing Hour live and the rerun, the first 5-minute hourly news they don't do.
Live from the Chinese capital. On today's program, the Taliban says it's not willing to extend the deadline for the withdrawal of Western forces from Afghanistan.
I just
Newly
forgot
released
about
death
that.
records in the U.S. show that the first COVID-related fatalities in the country occurred earlier than previously reported. New York State is set to swear in its first female governor.
Has
in business,
had to.
Chinese commerce officials say foreign trade is flag bearers for the Olympics in Tokyo. In culture and entertainment, the Laosha Theater Festival in Beijing.
Had to, like I had to before.
Stories. The Taliban says it'll not accept any extension of the August 1st deadline for Western forces to withdraw their troops from Afghanistan. Sky News cited a Taliban spokesperson who said a delay would bring consequences. Simari Lai Abbasin has more about the evacuation as well as other developments from Kabul.
U.S. Embassy has form instruction via video and text messaging, and they are telling Afghan people and those who want to evacuate Kabul via Hamid Karzai International Airport that there are specific categories like U.S. citizens, permanent lawful U.S. citizens, those who want to immigrant visa applications, and also those who are affiliated with the United States and different eras are able to join and go to Kabul airport. But the statement also instructs the people of Afghanistan to avoid coming there if they are not included in P1, P2, another.
Wait. That's some jail talk. What are you talking about?
And
I'm P3, motherfucker.
Private sectors, individuals who want to come there, they should follow the instruction. If they get any follow options or the response, they should join. Otherwise, it would be not a good option for them to join. On the other aspect, there is a very fragile situation in Panjshir Valley. Taliban claim that 3 provinces, Badakhshan, Takhar, and Baghlan, are those areas that's already surrounded, and Panjshir is under their own control, and they are ready to attack, but they will prefer.
Is that where the heroin is, or is that where you have to go to buy it?
It seems that Taliban want to avoid this conflict, and they know the sensitivity behind this. If it's once it erupts, the situation would be really worse for everybody.
That was Simariyalai Addison reporting. The Afghan Taliban's appointed Haji Muhammad Idris as the acting head of the country's central bank. A spokesman says the appointment's in efforts to align and arrange procedures and find a solution to people's trade problems and
trucks and machine guns.
Afghan government-run and private banks have remained closed since August 15th, when the Taliban took control of Kabul. The Taliban's managed to control most parts of Afghanistan just 4 months after the United States announced its withdrawal plans. Caroline Malone has a review of how the situation's developed over the past few months.
U.S. President Biden announced back in April that it was time to end America's longest war by withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. He said the U.S.
What does an Afghan bank consist of? Are there bank machines? Are the bank machines still spitting up money? Like, what exactly is happening? The banks are closed. Did the Taliban go in and like steal all the money or something? Burn all the records? Like, what are we talking about? So in my mind, I'm just picturing like a Cannonball Run type movie based on this last few weeks or whatever in Afghanistan. No, there's people racing through like over rocks and like the worst cars trying to get the fuck out of there on mules, whatever. Camels, I guess it'd be more likely. Because the mule,
against the Taliban.
Because the mule would do better on the terrain, but the camel will do better with no water.
Cities, including Herat. They seized the provincial capital of Nimruz province on the border with Iran. The Taliban also took control of scores of other provinces, including Jawzgan, Kunduz, Saripul, Samangan, and Takhar. As the Taliban advanced, U.S. intelligence officials who'd originally warned Kabul could be taken in 6 to 12 months said it could happen within a month. U.S. President Biden said Afghanistan's future was in the hands of its leaders.
I think they're beginning to realize they've got to come together politically at the top. And but we're going to continue to keep our commitment. But I do not regret my decision.
And by August 15, the Taliban took over the capital, Kabul. They set up checkpoints in key areas, including the Green Zone, home to embassies. U.S. President Biden again defended the decision to withdraw, saying that Americans should not be fighting and dying in a war that Afghan forces weren't willing to fight for themselves. But by that point, the U.S. had also sent thousands of troops back to Afghanistan to help evacuate thousands of Americans and Afghans. And on August 16th, scenes of panic at Kabul.
How much did that move cost?
Thousands of Afghans rushed onto the tarmac, desperately trying to escape, some even holding onto an American military jet as it took off.
Yeah, like the gods must be crazy or something.
That was Caroline Malone.
It's not a train or a bus. You can't do that in real life, eh?
Returned to normal after the Taliban took control of the Afghan capital. As Parvez Karakale reports, some local residents have expressed satisfaction with the security situation.
The situation returning to normal day by day, as we see people returning to their affairs, to their jobs departments. People are happy from the security and peace, but still Taliban have faced with some challenges such as the resumption of all government and non-government institutions. So far, we have experienced some changes in the government.
You get like the worst location for a country in the fucking world. Like it's just the worst. Like how do you get there? Just take every wrong turn in the world you can think of.
Former ministers have cooperation with the new Taliban authority at the same ministry. So they committed to provide better healthcare service to the Afghan citizen. Also, the Ministry of Finance recently announced that their stop to return to their job, and they will be paid as previously. So that was a good news at all. The banks in money exchange market.
All the money in those
reopened
banks belongs to heroin
Tuesday.
dealers and farmers,
We
right?
see medical store are generally open, and people are visiting to get medicine, or people taking their patient to the medical hospitals, other relevant shops. We see the fruit and vegetable markets
You're
are
not
also
getting into
open,
Iran. Pakistan's
and
going to try to not let you in. We
people
got over
rushing
here,
to
Russia,
such
right?
big stores and markets, and they taking such foods and vegetable and delivering to the urban area of the capital Kabul
Turkmenistan, that was real
and
close.
other districts. I interview some people. They are quite happy about the security and peace. They say the former government was not able to bring or to convince people with the Kabul security. But right now, we see that
By the way, why is half the
less
country
number
not
of
even on this
Taliban
page? What the
are
fuck's going
seen
on?
in the Kabul city compared to the past day. But they played a
runs off
good rule and a meaningful rule, a consecutive rule regarding the security and peace.
That was Parvez Karakil reporting from Kabul. Fearing a new
Kabul.
influx of refugees from
Cable. I guess it depends
Afghanistan,
what channel you are.
Turkey is taking security precautions as a modular concrete wall is built along the Iranian border where Afghan nationals have been attempting to cross into the country. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has made it
How
clear
they
that
get into
Ankara
Wait,
does
what?
not have a duty, responsibility,
These all
or
run off
obligation
the
to
page.
be Europe's migrant storage unit. Mihail Bardavid has more.
Turkey's stance is clear right now. Turkey expects the EU to take more responsibility and has emphasized that it cannot take more responsibility
Turkey
for other
is
countries
in
instead.
Europe.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan held a phone conversation with EU Council President Charles Michel. He stated that Turkey cannot handle a new wave of immigration. He stated that the EU should help Afghans in Afghanistan and in neighboring countries such as Iran. He stated that Turkey is hosting 5 million refugees at the moment and that Turkey cannot take the burden of more immigration at
The
this time.
Near East.
It was also noted that
Motherfucker.
the EU had requested that Turkey accepts local personnel
Syria.
that worked with the EU
Saudis.
mission in
Iran.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, it's on
Erdogan
this page,
emphasized
sort
that
of.
Turkey is not going to take
fucking
the
hell.
responsibility
There we go.
of the international community for third countries. Also stating that Turkey also talked, the Turkish president also talked with UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He gave similar messages to him as well, stating that if necessary precautions
How the
are not
fuck did they
taken,
get that
new
far? You're
crisis
lying.
will be inevitable. Meanwhile, hundreds of Afghans reportedly entered Turkey in the beginning of the month as well illegally. And right now, the situation is very difficult for them as well. For the Afghans in Turkey right now, there's nowhere to stay, there's nowhere to go. They don't have any work, they don't have any place to stay. So right now, they are facing a different kind of
1,000 miles or
survival
more?
in Turkey at the moment, as Turkey's stance is that it is not going to take legal crossings at the border, and it is not.
You got to
going
give
take
them bus
the burden
tickets to
of
the
more
next
immigration.
country, stupid.
Mihail Bardavid reporting. Coming up, records show that
Even all
the
day
first
pushing them
COVID
back,
deaths in
or you
the
say, yeah,
US
go and
happened
don't stop.
earlier than previously
What are they going to do? Spend money and be gone.
China now has the world's largest carbon market in terms of the volume of greenhouse gas emissions. The country's carbon trade market started operation last month.
You see the spin?
The first phase involves over 2,000 power companies, which account for over 40% of the country's carbon dioxide emissions.
We know.
So the more energy-intensive industries, including iron, steel, and construction materials, will be covered
It's
by
still
the
not all on
carbon
one
market in the
page.
near
God
future.
damn it.
Greenhouse gas emitters can buy and sell emissions permits or allowances.
You guys hate this country, eh?
Newly released U.S. death records show that the first deaths related to COVID-19 in the country dated back to January 2020, weeks earlier than previously officially reported. Data released by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention suggests there were 6 COVID-19 deaths in the country before the first officially known fatality on February the 6th. The first COVID-19 death took place between January 5th and January 11th of last year, followed by 5 more in the following weeks. The Mercury News reported
like
that the
crack
states of
cocaine
California,
freebase. People were
Georgia,
dying in the
Alabama,
50s,
and Oklahoma acknowledged
HIV.
or didn't dispute
Nobody
that death
listens.
certificates
They
in
don't
those states from January 2020 had been changed to include COVID-19. The newspaper says it's likely those earlier cases had been written off as colds or flus.
They didn't like
The United States has given full approval to
anything
Pfizer's
simple like that.
COVID-19 vaccine, and authorities are hoping
They
it
write
will
down the word
encourage those
pneumonia.
reluctant to get vaccinated to do so now. Owen Fairclough reports.
Okay, we can lose
Full
this.
approval of
This is
Pfizer's
where we came
vaccine
in.
for those aged 16 and above persuade more people in the US to take the shot, with COVID-19 deaths at their highest since the spring. The Food and Drug Administration, who'd initially given Pfizer emergency.
It's according to the Guinness Book of Records, the world's longest freight trains run right past here, 4.2 kilometers. But sometimes the engines they rumble so low. I don't know if the mic picks it up. They probably don't. But the whole building vibrates. They'll park. I've seen them park 6 back to back, or 5. I think it's 5 locomotives back to back. Is the same width as these 2 buildings here. They'll park them right alongside the building, all idling. But they think because we can't see it, we won't complain. Like, not us personally here in the building necessarily, but the way the public thinks, they'll complain about shit like that. So they park them right next to the building. They don't put them over there where the condo tower is. No, because then they'll see it and they'll complain. They hide, right? Just like a drug dealer or somebody trying to rob you is hiding right next to the corner of the ghetto building. They'll sit there for like, dude, I'll feel the whole building shaking. This is where we came in. I think I'm going to close this.
Says to make matters worse, many health workers are looking to get out after a long battle against the coronavirus on the front lines. Karina Huber reports.
Almost a year and a half after
people
the
hate
World Health
Afghanistan. It's on 3
Organization
different
declared
pages. It's not the full country.
COVID-19 a global pandemic, healthcare workers in the United States are overwhelmed physically and emotionally.
So to watch someone suffer for weeks, unable to eat, unable to drink, struggling.
Yeah, you
for
people
every
thought it was
breath,
funny to lock me in a room for 26 days and whatever
it
it was.
changes you.
Atherton
I don't feel
works
sad
at a
for none of these
hospital
people.
in Missouri, a state with a relatively low vaccination rate. It has been
It's
battered
got a lot
by
of
the
low
Delta
rates of everything.
variant
Don't get
that
too
has
excited.
sent scores of patients to intensive care units and morgues.
It's a big burden to bear to hear someone's last words, especially when those words are meant for their family who can't be there.
Well, they could be there, but you made up some
Dr.
weird rules.
Harbash Sangha of Missouri's Lake Regional Health works 12 to 14 hours a day, taking.
They can't legally stop you from retrieving your kinfolk. So you can't come in here. Let them go die at home, stupid. Nobody listened to anything throughout any of this anyway. I had somebody that works at one of these food places tell me, which another thing about the food bank, just to let you know, I see people lined up now that I've never did. I can tell never used a food bank before, first of all, and people I never seen before and stuff. There's a Cheech and I don't know if they call it Cheech. I'm pretty sure it's Cheech and Chong movie. Things are rough all over. And I had another tidbit of a thought I just forgot.
Hospitalizations are soaring. Some now have to rely on staffing agencies.
So one of the people that works at this place, they're supposed to be practicing the best public health protocols possible. They're miseducating people even when they're supposedly helping them get their food handler card. I have one here for free. Guess what? It's a $5 test. Unless they changed it, I don't think they did. It's very basic stuff. This person is trying to tell me that Health Canada says the mask he's wearing is the best one. Health Canada said the exact fucking opposite. There's no Health Canada stamp on that box that comes out of that. They're these polyester fucking blue and white things everybody's wearing. Public Health Agency of Canada said 2-ply. I believe they use the term finely woven or something, textile, which is essentially a cotton bandana folded over. These things they're putting on their face don't cover enough space, and then also they don't fit right, and they hook over your ears. You know what you're not supposed to be doing? Touching your ears at all. Eyes, ears, and nose and mouth. They call this the T-zone. First thing, you don't ever touch this. These people are touching it all day long, rubbing their hands on their fucking lips like crackheads. It's pissing me off. So I'm seeing a lot of interesting cars because it's warm weather. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Come on, keep it up. Keep pinging. Come on. Keep pinging. Okay, so this headline here. Stolen long ago, original James Bond Aston Martin. Why did that refresh? And it said supposedly spotted in the Middle East, essentially, and it was driving.ca. I couldn't make up the timing of this crap. I was reading that, and it's still refreshed. Like, Hamilton police search for missing 19-year-old woman. 13 hours ago. Thanks. I had no idea. You're useless. I'm gonna close this. I'm just gonna close that. It has to go away. I don't know what the fuck happened here. So, let's see if I understand this. They pulled out. They said they completely pulled out, but they didn't. And then they started to, and then they started leaving, and then they said, no, we're coming back again. This is so having heard that just now is basically like confirmation of what I thought they were saying. What was the point of that? And if I press this button, will this work? And I don't know where I'm going from here, but I need to hit this. Yeah, I want to see John Candy and who are the other ones? Oh, fuck, I got a list of dead guys from Alex Trebek now qualifies. So it doesn't have to be all dead guys. There's a few of them though that are dead. But, we're gonna do like a, what would you call it? You don't want to call it cannonball. What would you call it? The artillery shell. That's it. We gotta take a name of like a video game or movie or some type of race, but we'll change the like instead of Indianapolis 500, you'll say the Kandahar 500. But we're not going in laps. We're trying to. So how about NHRA? You get something Afghanistan. I need music. I don't need it, but see. And 20 minutes after the hour, they're gonna have nothing useful for us. Now I'm pointing at the AM radio, and it somehow the internet radio app I was using don't fucking work correctly. So I'm gonna have to figure out some other way to do what I'm doing, which is what I've been doing. All right. So if I press play, nothing will happen. But if I press this here, let's see if this works. La musique. Or let it lag 10 minutes ahead of you or something so you can skip everything. Now watch, as soon as I come back, the music will play. We'll have no audio. Watch. Listen to this.
Yeah. What drama. Yeah. 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 What drama. Yeah, I'm power tripping with money popping my collar on that hood shit. Fresh out of jail, straight to the dollars. Got a good connect, he never ace. I want to product, hit the block and watch the money rise. Bread in the oven, pockets full of stuffing. Never catch me clubbing, but I ain't show the money, then the hoes come running. We wake up, get the paper like the free press coming. But enough about that. Hold up, let me spit a rap for these assholes. Bang, with a crack flow, cops in the front, then I'm dipping through the back door. Frostbite on my toes, damn, almost lost those. Running through the snow in my socks, trying to dodge. Fuck, my jail days was the worst days. Sipping water, damn, juice on Thursday. Real talk, there's 3.5 for them. That's 1,276 mornings while my baby mama was out home telling me stories. They like who your baby daddy is. Better call Maury. Used to roll up at your mama's with a bag full of Tonys and a pocket full of money. Not the kind that she would know me now. Sickest kid rapping still. Make someone call the doctor cause the rap is ill. Here, taking up the pill. Fake rappers acting still. I've been on my A game. Shit never lacked the skill. Real top. Yeah,
everywhere.
Yeah, that's that gang like shit. Yeah, homeboy. Yeah, I'm from the deep side, where they might walk up, where they might drop by. Not saying nah, cause today I might die. My homie doing robberies, trying to feed his kids. Got shot and now he don't do shit. I live in a cold moment. Fuck yesterday, tomorrow bringing some pain. Yeah, my other homie, he a parole violator. When I seen this PO with his eyes dilated, they locked him up quicker than the secret say. See you later, alligator. Crowd surfing on the packages. Tomorrow never comes. Tonight is all that matters. I'm staying faded, cause I don't like who I am when I'm sober. Staring in the mirror like behold the demon that holds you. Yeah. What up? It's drama. I'm parachuting for money, popping my collar on that hood shit. Fresh out of jail, straight to the dollars, got a good connect, he never ace. I wanna product, hit the block and watch the money rise. Bread in the oven, pockets full of stuffing. Never catch me clubbing, but I ain't show the money, then the hoes come running. We wake up, get the paper like the free press coming. But enough about that. Hold up, let me spit a rap for these assholes. Back with a crack flow, cops in the front, then I'm dipping through the back door. Frostbite on my toes, damn, almost lost us. Running through the snow in my socks, trying to dodge. Fuck, my jail days was the worst days. Sipping watered down juice when you thirsty. Real talk, the 3.5 for them. That's 1,276 mornings when my baby mama was out home telling me stories. They like who your baby daddy is. Better call Maury. Used to roll up at your mama's with a bag full of Tonys and a pocket full of money. Not the kind that she would loan me now. Sick as kid rapping still. Like someone called a doctor cause the rap is ill. Here, take another pill. Fake rappers acting still. I've been on my A game. Shit never lacked the skill. Real top.
The reason they're hesitant on mandatory vaccination is because they're behind us on the percentage of people who have been vaccinated. They really
the reason the U.S. is ahead of us on mandatory vaccination.
More people vaccinated. We've done better in Canada without mandating it, but we also need to mandate it because we have not yet reached something like 90% of our people being vaccinated. And that is what it takes. It takes a number about that high to put.
I have no idea who that is talking, but I will remind you, herd immunity is a theory, and it originally said 65% / 2/3, one or the other. Take your pick. They're off by about 1% or so. And we have heard every number, every 5% in between. We've heard 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, and 95. That's the number it has to be. Says who? No more questions. And we recorded a bunch of these fucking press release things. That last question, thank you. They're gone. They won't deal with certain things. So fuck. I think I just got my buzz. Hold on. Why did I blow my buzz?
Closing at 20,477 on a gain of 140 points. The Dow rose 215 to 35,335.
No.
The
Tell me about the TSX.
I
want to know what this
closed at fresh records. The S&P up 37 or nearly 1%. The Nasdaq up 227 or just over 1.5% to 14,942. Among many winners, shares of Microsoft reached an all-time high after more analysts recognized the revenue implications of the tech giant's decision to hike prices for its various Office 365 offerings. Microsoft stock was up just 29 cents at the close to 304.65. Like Bay Wall Street, cryptocurrency started the week off strong. Early today, Bitcoin climbed.
So a lot of people aren't aware of this little tidbit. The deal Bill Gates made with Microsoft and IBM was not, it wasn't that IBM would pay for every installation of DOS on a computer. The agreement said they would pay the installation fee, the license fee, for every computer they made. So this is why throughout nobody said much about it. The people didn't like it, but nobody was who the fuck cared in the 80s. In the 90s, this is where Linux comes from, basically. Android, really, and Google, and sort of piggybacked all that. So this company that had this arrangement wanted to put that on every fucking computer, and you did not have the option to buy the computer without an operating system, which you had to buy, and it was a significant portion of the price that you were paying for the computer. Oddly, you get like you pay about 2.5 times for a Macintosh as for a IBM compatible, any of that shit. It was really weird time. Laptop computers were $5,000. I remember in 1999, some kid told me he just got robbed for this. There's all sorts of details to the story, but he got some of these guys just robbed me for my laptop. It was a $3,000 fucking laptop, and it was. I didn't have to question how much I knew that's what they fucking cost at the time. But I remember around 1990, some shit like that, seeing laptops $5,000 at the fucking computer show. There was no cut. That was as cheap. This is what it's gonna cost you. I could buy what would you buy in the 80s? A car, probably a Honda Civic, Toyota Corolla. They had them, didn't they? They had them, didn't they? The junkyard's full of them.
August 23rd.
So I know Bill Gates probably not the CEO now. What is he? Is he still the CEO? They do these weird corporate things. The one thing Microsoft is known for is arranging contracts that are beneficial to them. They're known for it. So if you're comparing stocks, they will always find a way to get money.
Needle, the Blue Jays, TIFF, and Mervis Productions all announced a mandatory COVID vaccination policy.
One expert
Oh,
says
really?
hospitalization and vaccination numbers should take center stage going forward.
How many cases we have today? I haven't been paying attention for a
With the
week.
majority of those heading into the ICU not double dosed. And we're following the politicians with
change.
big
That's
promises on day
a
9,
change in
the
rhetoric.
trail and some turmoil for the liberals.
Pfizer's full vaccine approval drove a winning day for markets, while the pharma giant also made
So
news
it
on
wasn't
May
approved yet, eh? Fuck, you were part of the trial. And that was the good one.
For traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
Just remember what I was saying about how this watch with the gold and shit, what did I say? It was 200 US, so do the conversion and add tax. And the Timex I had before, stainless steel and just a nice shade of blue I happen to like, 10 years earlier was 300 to 400 somehow, the 350 something like that, $100. Depending how you do the conversions.
Crash westbound on the 401 at Leslie and the Collector is really not causing too much of a delay, but 2 left lanes
it was very
are
shiny. I
closed.
kind of like it.
And if you're traveling right now on the westbound 407, the ramps to the 404, both
We got
north
like
and
8
south,
minutes.
they are closed. Also, westbound
We will hear
407,
about
the
90
ramp to the
seconds of
northbound
news in the next 8
427,
minutes, so pay
that
attention.
is closed. If you're on the eastbound
My hair trying to
407,
sneak up
the
on me.
ramps from Nayagawa, Trafalgar, Britannia, Derry, they are all closed to the eastbound 407. Lots of line painting going to go on the 407 overnight.
Speaking of which, I don't know if you noticed this, when the sun, the way reflectors work is they shine light from all different angles to other angles. There's a lot of math. The shit they make these lines in the city on the sidewalk crossings, all this shit, the crosswalks and shit is very reflective. It is a powder that somehow they stick to the ground. And they have left piles of this loose powder all over the place. So as the sun throughout the afternoon is shifting, it's getting brighter and brighter the more you look away from the sun, because everywhere, what you see, you don't see the white powder on the ground until you get really close. What you see is rainbows coming off the ground that are the brightness of the sun, because they just dump this shit everywhere. And you're looking away. Every time you try to look away,
It's going to feel like 40 once you factor in the humidity, dropping down to 22 for an overnight low on Tuesday night. Tonight's overnight low is 20.
That's another thing. That's a 20-degree temperature change in a day, in a 24-hour cycle.
Hours after a member of the province's COVID-19 science advisory table resigned, we're getting reaction from the table's scientific director and leaders of the provincial opposition.
680's Karen Seelan joins us live with the latest reaction to Dr. David Fissman's departure, shrouded in an allegation of growing political influence on the group. Karen.
Scott, the table
global
Wait,
scientific
what?
director is denying allegations
Plastic.
politics are getting in the way of their work.
It's unfortunate right now that we have these three results there. I just can reiterate that we're completely independent.
Dr. Peter Uni says they review many models before coming to a consensus on updated COVID modeling, but former member Dr. David Fissman alleges grim projections for fall are being withheld for political reasons. NDP leader Andrea Horvath is accusing the premier of ignoring the data anyway.
This is Doug Ford's failure. He hasn't listened, as we all know, to the science table. He has not acted on their advice, and in fact, there have been times when he has even misrepresented what the science table was advising.
Ford's office declined our request for comment on Fissman's allegations, but the province tells 680 News the government has never
And
hesitated.
meanwhile, somehow I got my first gold watch, which I was not trying to acquire. I thought it was titanium dioxide. I didn't think it was real gold.
Entertainment venues in the city as we move into the fall. 680's Mark Douglas reports.
Three of the biggest names in sports and entertainment in Toronto are joining the chorus singing the praises of a mandatory vaccination policy. The Blue Jays, TIFF, and Mirvish Productions each announcing their policy that covers staff and patrons. For Jays fans Alvin and Amanda, it's a home run decision.
Whatever makes it safer for fans, so.
Totally agree with it and 100% back it up. It's all for everyone's safety, not just the baseball players, but the fans.
The Jays policy does not come into effect until September 13th, but it stipulates all fans
Is that a damn Friday? Somebody.
must be fully vaccinated.
We had one this month,
before
so I guess
they
not,
show
right?
up at the stadium or
It's a
provide
Monday.
a negative test
Monday's the
result
13th.
from no more than 48 hours prior.
48.
It begins September 9th. All the Mirvish Theater shows begin in December. At King and John, I'm Mark Douglas.
Ontario is reporting one of the highest COVID-19 case counts we've seen in the past month, but one expert says there are other numbers we should now be paying closer attention to each day at this stage in the pandemic. 680's KPT explains.
At least one expert says we don't have to be too worried about a looming lockdown. Ontario has seen some rising COVID numbers the last few days. A bit of a dip today,
You're gonna fuck this up.
639 new
You're gonna
cases of
fuck this up.
COVID-19 and 0
Again.
new deaths. Infectious diseases Dr. Suman Chakrabarti tells me, as more of us roll up our sleeves, we need to be paying closer attention to hospitalization numbers rather than just case counts.
People that are
No, hospitals are destroyed, buddy. It's too late for that.
transferred to the ICU for intensive care. These people, the vast majority of them, have not had a full vaccination course and usually are completely unvaccinated.
204 people are in hospital as of today, 151 in the ICU. And overall, 515 of these new cases are in people who are either not double dosed or who have an unknown vaccination status. I'm Caitlin Lee. An advocacy group is calling on Education Minister Stephen Lecce to make COVID-19 vaccinations mandatory for all school staff and students aged 12 and up. People for Education urging Lecce to add COVID-19 vaccinations to the list of immunizations required for students to attend school in the province. The group's executive director, Annie Kidder, says the change is vitally necessary because fewer than 70% of students aged 12 to 17 are fully vaccinated, with classes set to resume next month. The province has said the Education Ministry is finalizing a COVID-19 vaccination plan for school staff, which will require unvaccinated people to get regularly tested for the virus.
But whatever, they got to get to, hold on. Everybody needs to get tested.
Earlier this month, and now they're being told to get tested for COVID-19. Durham Public Health declaring an outbreak stemming from the 43rd annual Jane and Finch tournament with at least 20 positive cases. It was held at the Playground Global facility on Boundary Road from August 3rd to the 8th. Durham Public Health says it's having difficulty reaching everyone who was there since teams and spectators came from all over Ontario and other provinces.
This is 680 News, and this is day 9 of the federal election campaign.
You heard it here first.
On healthcare and climate
If
change.
you don't listen to 680 on your
A
own.
controversial tweet from the Liberals is stealing the spotlight.
In Halifax, Liberal leader Justin Trudeau
Yeah,
vowing to
more light
hire
over
at least
this one.
7,500 new family doctors and nurses and tackle the issue of wait times with a $9 billion investment. We're going to eliminate the backlog that has been building for years. But he had to face many questions about a tweet from the Liberals that edited a clip of Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole speaking about private health care options Twitter has labeled the tweet as manipulated media. Trudeau defends it, saying in the middle of the pandemic, O'Toole was pushing for more private for-profit involvement in healthcare, but the Conservative leader accuses the Liberals of trying to divide Canadians.
I 100% support our public and universal healthcare system.
But O'Toole refused to answer questions on where he sees more private options in healthcare. The Conservatives promising worker representation on boards of directors for federally regulated companies, and NDP leader Jagmeet Singh vowing action on climate change.
We'll end once and for all fossil fuel subsidies. We'll invest in a renewable future.
Green
Is this communism or socialism?
More diversity and cooperation in Parliament. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
With thousands of Afghans still desperately trying to flee the country, the U.S. is under growing pressure to keep American troops at the Kabul airport beyond the 31st. At a virtual meeting of G7 leaders on Afghanistan tomorrow, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge President Biden to extend the deadline for troop withdrawal. Johnson will also push for sanctions against the Taliban. Justin Trudeau will take part in the G7 talks as well. He says Canada supports new sanctions to deal with the Taliban, which warns today there will be consequences if the August 31st deadline is extended.
Gas prices are next.
This is 680 News.
That'll be good.
We all know family and friends have been recommending Capital Direct for years. And now with the advent of FlexiLine or a traditional equity loan, your options are even better. Compared to the banks these days, Capital Direct's lending criteria are less strict. Whether you could use $50,000, $1.5 million, or even $3 million, your money could be in your bank account within days. Rates are near record lows, so call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL to get
Wait, what did you just say?
Now the 6
I wasn't trying to
gas
get
price
gold
update
at all.
predicts the price will not change at midnight, holding at $1.32.9 a liter at most GTA stations. Coming up, traffic
about 40
and weather
last week.
together.
680 News Time 940.
At the Ram Big Haul sales event, we're throwing some pretty big numbers your way, like up to 10,610 pounds of V8 towing and 1,930 pounds of payload on Ram 1500. But you're going to like these big numbers even more.
It's a one-ton. Hold on. I thought the 3,500 was one ton. What are you touching? That's a half ton is a ton.
Loyalty cash for select owners. Now those are numbers that really add up.
No, they don't. You just confused me, bro, and I've been paying attention for a long time.
Streams of truth from the Sportsnet Now streaming playbook and the Sports.
Oh, I have so much commentary tonight, and I did not write down notes, and I should have. So we're having breakthrough cases. There was like real close to 2,000 of them in Canada, supposedly, according to, I forget where the graphic came from. The graphic. It's on this letter from the fucking MPP, I think. No, maybe not. I better not say that if I can't be sure of that. It's okay. You don't know which MPP I'm talking about. Was it 2,000 COVID breakthrough cases of people fully vaccinated? Real close to 2,000. So that means. So we knew some people would still get sick. Oh, they're not going to the hospital. This virus is very prone to, I don't want to phrase this, it mutates, yes, but if you look at it as a logic engine, if nothing else, it is a DNA computer. When it finds an adaptation that works for it to spread more, it keeps that adaptation. And we're getting all sorts of crazy shit happening. So these breakthrough cases, you still are like, you can't just say, oh, you don't have to get tested for it because you're vaccinated. Because this is where you're going to get cases passed to people where they're not supposed to be able to or whatever. Don't you think this? So what was the fully vaccinated person hanging around with? Unvaccinated people, fully vaccinated, like what are we talking in fully? Double 2 doses, because apparently there's going to be boosters, which are just the same shit again, I guess. I know I don't have an immune response, sort of. I do and I don't. We're on that weird line. We're like a weird case of immunocompromisation, if you understand B19 and anemias. So lots taken. I've been trying to take it in. So I have parvo. So B19, just in case somebody out there thinks that I'm saying, oh, my name is blah, blah, blah. It's the name of the virus. It's the letter B and the number 19. And you can't put that as a name or things like on any website. It was Facebook where I adapted it to make it fit. Not because it's who I am. I've got an interesting fucking pain disorder and a blood disorder and a virus. I say interesting because I love this interesting life. I keep looking at it like it's gonna change. It's not gonna change. Nope. See, on this side it hangs down. So that's 153 grams. It's not of gold. That's, bear in mind, even whatever grade it is, the scrap value of this is not very much. Okay? And why would you scrap it if it works? Like, what are you gonna do? Take off this chain and put on what? Like, or chain? Well, it is a. See, c'est un bad. I'm gonna hit play. I'm going to. I got the Captain Picard set up over here. Can I line it up? I'm gonna fucking hit that button. China has the largest population of Anglophones. The RDC, République Démocratique du Congo, has the largest population of Francophones. And like, it's geographically where they used to use the term deepest, darkest Africa. They used to put that in cartoons that kids would watch. Like, there's some of the craziest shit. Average age, so much 18. The population estimate is like 101 million, but they're not sure because the borders are sort of open. The borders are open in a way. Refugees can come in and militants can't. And I believe it's the FRDC, but the force is the army, the RDC's army, because it's also a republic du Congo, but it's not a democratic republic. It's a republic. It's a different country. Average age of 18, so 50 million people under the age of 18. There's Canada and change, all under the age of 18. If you think about it, population numbers. And China is 50 Canadas. Right. India's 40 Canadas. All right, Jesus, but it's something real close to them.
Walk up and they might drive by. Yeah, I'm staying high. Yeah, I dream. Well, I'm wide awake. I might lose it all. That's the risk I take. Yeah, I dream. Well, I'm wide awake. Turn up the beat. I refuse to fade. Yeah, I dream. Well, I'm wide awake. I might lose it all. That's the risk I take. Yeah, I dream. Well, I'm wide awake. Turn up the beat. I refuse to fade. Yeah, I dream. I'm here running out of options. Swerving through the stop signs. So cracks that cash is the pastime. Black gun, black mask, get a 4-door G-Ride. Ooh, would it be like to live a G life? All I know is sacrifice, long days, cold nights in the city where the dreams go to die. I'm puffing on the weed cause you gotta stay high. I'm stepping on the liquor cause it gets to die quicker. These are the bloodshot eyes of a killer. I put that on my blank. I'm going hard till I'm in that body bag. In the back of the cab with a brick and a duffel bag. Yeah, my pants sag, as sure as the gut bag. We move on them as soon as they come in range. All grown ups to blame cops and robbers. Real cops, real guns, and real robberies. Got me dreaming about a better way. Still this rap shit help me get away. Something that they can't take away. This shit'll still play, even when I'm in my grave. Yeah, Smith, fuck the law.
There's no right. How is this so
when I'm done,
dark?
Makes no sense. Yeah, I know I'm from the gutter. I can grind for my bread and butter. I'd rather die than let my family suffer. Fucking undercover, eternal slumber. My voice boom, like the god of thunder. From the slips to the keys, you ain't coming at done. You ain't seen what I've seen. I keep me in the streets when I'm serving these fiends. Yeah, the gun sold. You don't really want to see the bell smoking. Yeah. GDSL crap, what the working class seeks. Cause my life on the beat, no matter what I eat. from the front for a plate. Might as well make it a feast. I go hard till I'm in that box. A little baking soda mixed with the cane. Now we cooking rocks. Can't stick too many jocks. I know they surveillance me. Fucking let them watch. Satan's calling and we all on the clock. I have this dream. Every night it's the same. Tell me what does it mean? You can call it greed. I call it get mine by any means. Yeah, the KID, aka the Sandman, putting to sleep like rockin' bye-bye, baby. Will it suck them up tomorrow? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, boy, done lost this way. Walking like you lost the way. Where they say, yeah, boy, done lost this way. Nothing good here, all found this way. Yeah, boy, done lost this way. Walking like you lost the way. Where they say, yeah, boy, done lost this way. Nothing good here, all found this way. Yeah, boy.
I was raised up west side, money motivated mind, fiends standing corners. How would these be on the fucking grind? Do this all the time, every day, you know I gotta ride. Money be a girl, single pockets, now the bitch is mine. It's just another day, another crime, we living the devil's way, like renegade. Watch two, they great, these are the end of days. Get on your knees and pray, like you're about to read the law today. Slowly starting to fade, lost, living into an unconscious state. You don't want that faith, living life in the hood, and scroll the soldiers on your folder. In the paper I use for my kush, time to roll up. So I act on never showed up what? So let get fucking get more bucks. What that mean for a nigga like me? I might rob your whole family tree. Yeah. What that mean for a nigga like me? I might rob your whole family tree.
Yeah, boy, done lost this way. Walking like you lost the way. Where they say, yeah, boy, done lost this way. Nothing good here, all the time this way. Yeah, boy, done lost this way. Walking like you lost the way. Where they say, yeah, boy, done lost this way. Nothing good here, all the time this way. Yeah, boy.
Going hard to my number call, trust me dog. You ain't prepared to do what I'm prepared to do. Hold the car, the artillery I got, cut you after the chains on. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, stop, listen, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Murder in the first degree, homicide in my crib, harassment. She was yelling even when all now she can't speak. It's a cold world that we live in, take it from me. Yeah, in the end, everything I see and have seen is but a dream within a dream. Long days, cold nights, over face. This the life that we live, this the life that we live, this the life that we live, motherfucker. This the life that we live, this the life that we live, this the life that we live, motherfucker. This the life that we live, this the life that we live, this the life that we live, motherfucker. This the life that we live, this the life that we live, this the life that we live, motherfucker. This that new shit, that king like revolution. You don't wanna fuck with this, I got homie on standby, ready let it rip. I suggest you close your lips, stop bumping your guns before you hurt someone you love. No remorse for my gun, no regrets for these clips. Cross me and I'll take about shit. Got an M16, copied up the black market shit. Big guns, big clips, you don't want any part of this. I'm gonna leave you retarded shit. We ain't shit, I give a fuck who started it. Try to see how far you get. 4 coons in a stolen whip. Roll through, fuck your whole
away at my own pace, safety broken.
Not a great nigga putting in work. Covered when you're coughing in dirt. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, he got what he deserves. This the life that we live. This the life that we live. This the life that we live, motherfucker. This the life that we live. This the life that we live. This the life that we live, motherfucker. This the life that we live. This the life that we live. This the life that we live,
ain't no peace, all I see is violence in the streets. Junkies in the alleyway, homie broke his by any means. Random robberies just to feed. Course you have some action, but it's like to be me. It's just the nature of the beast. No warning, we just SICKLY. We rip the competition apart. Once the gun goes off, make it start. He played until he passed on. A grown man cried like a hoe. What a sad song. All my soldiers, put your flags on. We gon' bang to the song. I keep it strapped like an ace in the hat. Yeah, I'd rather get caught with it than with all where I'm at. Got no time for rats. Tell broken nigga kiss her ass. We don't talk to police, got no respect for the bad. That's why I keep the gun in mass right next to the staff. You can't play me. It's the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast. It's the nature of the beast. Say you can't play me. It's the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast. Nature of the beast. Say you can't play me. The nature of the beast. The nature of the beast, the nature of the beast, say you can't play with the nature of the beast, the nature of the beast, yeah, the nature of the beast.
I'm jumping on deck with my hand on my tech. Disrespect the mob, get your face in your lap. You claiming you hardcore, I'm doing bass in the trap. I'm loading my gun, knowing where the fuck boys at. It's murder, homie. Don't talk shit, get your burner, homie. And I'm down for the first degree. First 40 gig, and my cousin on tape. Cutting the cop up with a dirty razor blade. These days are crazy, we'll stay getting paid. Fuck with the boss, over your homework is great. I'm hanging with real killers and slanging with drug dealers. My city's a melting pot, controlled by the devil's plot. Don't care if you're ready or not, leave you down on the block. We step ahead of the cop, G's up, holes down, no joking around. Catch you smoking a pound in your hood, holding it down. Killer king, holding the crown. You can't play me, it's the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast, it's the nature of the beast. Say you can't play me, it's the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast, nature of the beast. Say you can't play me, it's the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast, say the nature of the beast. Say you can't play me, it's the nature of the beast. The nature of the beast, yeah, the nature of the beast. You ain't gangster, all you do is talk. You some fat fuck wanksters, stuck up in the bench, shooting shut up razor. Penetrate the score with my legs up, bangs cut. Start to pick the walls when you stay blind. Keep your fucking blacks and your chains up, danger. Creeping in the average, you ain't wrong. Touch swings, they get away from the gates. Razor, aim up at your brain, then we spray slots. Razor, in the gut, the legs will be laced up. Slant drums, ain't no other way, homie. Can't God, baker. Parts of the dark from a gangster. Text one, the same day that I came cross straight on. You say Christ with the brains nuts, place pop up and fucking with the Mary J. Slut. Make blocks all about the block when we back up. Watch, cause we gangsters, ball and you bet rock. You can't play me.
It's the ultimate in banking. Conditions apply. Visit SICKLY.com/ultimate350. Scotiabank.
Whoa there.
Now the business report here, Stuart McGinn.
It was one of the biggest stories of the day, and it firmly drove the gains for financial markets to start the week. Experts believe the full approval of Pfizer's vaccine is a major step forward in improving vaccination rates, helping skeptics to become more confident in the safety of the shot. Making the announcement today was FDA Acting Commissioner Dr. Janet Woodcock.
It's not that. It's that they can say, they can move it from a list of drugs that are not yet approved into asset class, which is approved drugs that they can start making money off. It's a unique situation, but it comes up more often than you might think.
On the news, no surprise, vaccine stocks had a great day.
You don't usually get to start selling something until it's approved.
Partner BioNTech
so on paper, the Swiss banks and shit don't like the way that looks. They want to be here hundreds of years.
For full approval of its COVID-19 vaccine. These gains were reflected on Wall Street in a winning and mostly record-setting session. Only the Dow didn't close at an all-time high, up 215 points to 35,335. The S&P closed at 4,479 on a gain of 37 points. The Nasdaq was up 227 or 1.5% to 14,942. Pfizer also made news on Bay Street, buying out Ontario-based biotech company Trillium Therapeutics in a deal worth $2.26 billion. The deal comes less than a year after Pfizer invested $25 million in the
business. You hear things associated with Ontario. There's money there somewhere.
To enhance the ability of a patient's immune system to detect and destroy cancer cells. Trillium Therapeutics stock soared on the news, up $14.41 or 185% to $22.22 a share. That helped to lift the TSX, which was up 138 points at the close to 20,477. Coming off its worst week since October, dropping 9%. The price of oil snapped a 7-day losing streak with its best day in about 8 months, rising $3.50 or 5.5% to 65.
So that $1.32 might not last long.
A little over 1%, and the loonie climbed a penny to 79.05 cents US. At the Business Center, I'm Stuart McGinn.
Really?
At Spence Diamonds, we salute loving couples who've weathered the storm.
We honor that shared love you have for one another, that unified commitment that's enabled you to power through this difficult time.
And although the world still hasn't fully opened up, your hearts have, and the timeless love you share will always live on.
So go on and show the world just how enduring your love is with the Forever Anniversary Band from Spence Diamonds.
Brilliantly crafted to be as unique as the endlessness of your bond.
Tie a string.
What? What did you just
symbolize another chapter in your eternal love story.
The Forever Anniversary Band from Spence showcases the never-ending spark you share.
At only 13. This is.
You're both gonna be buried in that shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that? We're not getting buried. We're getting burned up, and you could have the jewelry, goddamn.
Is calling on the city to stand behind the members of an East Toronto mosque that was robbed, ransacked, and vandalized over the weekend. Police allege someone broke into Scarborough's Batul Jinnah Islamic Center and stole numerous items, including a donation box and a digital video recording system. Speaking with the media outside the facility tonight, Tory says the incident has left the local Muslim community shaken.
I think anybody who's experienced their house being ransacked, which I have, knows how violated, how anxious, how insecure that you feel.
Hey, you ever have 24 guys with assault rifles kicking your door for no reason, John? Shut the fuck up.
Place where people pray and they expect to be safe and they expect it to be safe all the time. And that's why we have to stand in solidarity.
Well, Toronto police say the force's hate crime unit is looking into the incident, but say at this point there is no evidence to suggest the incident was hate motivated. Well, a member of Ontario's Pandemic Science Advisory Table has resigned after accusing the panel on the weekend of sitting on important modeling work that projects a grim fall. Dr. David Feisman says
I saw it somewhere on this newsfeed thing. I don't know why you're not listening.
Considerations appear to be influencing the advisory group's work and how much of it shared with the public. A spokesman for the Science Table says it has always been completely independent of government and has not released modeling data for the fall because the group has yet to reach a consensus. NDP leader Andrea Horwath says any failure related to Feisman's resignation rests squarely at the feet of Premier Doug Ford.
This is Doug Ford's failure. He hasn't listened, as we all know, to the Science Table. He has not acted on their advice. And in fact, there have been times when he has even misrepresented the Science Table was advising.
Well, meanwhile, Horwath is also calling on Premier Doug Ford to stop dangling temporary pay hikes in front of personal support workers and permanently raise their wages. The provincial government has announced a third round of temporary $3 an hour wage increases for PSWs in long-term care homes and similar facilities. The increase was set to expire today, but will now be in effect until at least October 31st. While health experts are warning the fourth wave of the pandemic could be our most aggressive yet, and in some provinces, that is, COVID-19 modeling paints an ominous picture. It projects thousands of cases a day in just a few weeks. Global News health reporter Jamie Morocker explains.
There's a consensus across the country. The Delta variant is the fiercest foe yet in this pandemic.
Delta variant is very, very contagious.
It's already caused COVID-19 cases in British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario to surge. Toronto-based infectious disease physician Alison McGeer says if we continue on our current path, by mid-October, the province will hit almost 7,000 cases a day.
As cases start to increase and as we see people becoming ill, we'll understand clearly that we need to change our behavior.
Well, as case numbers continue to rise in BC, officials there have announced that a vaccine card showing proof of COVID-19 vaccination will be required for people to access restaurants, clubs, sporting events, and other activities starting with one dose by September 13th. The proof of full vaccination will be required to enter those same settings by October 24th. Well, Liberal Chrystia Freeland is doubling down on a tweet that was labeled as manipulated media. The tweet contains a video of spliced together clips featuring Conservative leader Erin O'Toole answering a question about private health care. She tells Global News Radio she has nothing to apologize for, despite the warning from Twitter.
Before any of this controversy included very clearly a link to the full answer that Mr. O'Toole gave during the Conservative leadership race to a question about whether he supported
You're not making a rap music video. Come on.
Healthcare. And his clear answer, in his own words, was Yes.
Well, Freeland
Take a
says
big
she doesn't
bite out of
believe
the crowd.
for-profit healthcare
Bite,
should be
bite.
allowed in Canada because it could open the door for wealthy people to jump ahead of the line and receive better care. Well, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has given full approval to Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine. Now, the decision may help lift public confidence in vaccinations as the U.S. battles the highly transmissible Delta variant of COVID-19. Well, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla also says the company has wide-ranging studies well underway and hopes to apply for authorization on children under 12 as early as next month.
For kids between 5 and 11, I expect that our studies will be completed in September by the end of the month. And then we will submit to the FDA, and then it's up to FDA to do the review and approve it.
Well, today's approval opens the way for more U.S. universities, companies, and local governments to make vaccinations mandatory. The Blue Jays getting a much-needed win tonight, taking a 2-1 decision over the White Sox at Rogers Center. Game 2 of the 4-game set goes tomorrow. Working from home and feeling out of the loop, read more of our top stories at globalnews.ca. Checking your forecast from the Global News Weather Center. A heat warning is in effect with clear skies tonight and an overnight low of 20. I'm Darren Boland, and this is Global News.
Damn it. What was that about? I was aiming for the...
Has said that there is information that he hopes comes to light and is publicly revealed soon. I would just say I echo that.
NDP leader Andrea Horvath says any failure here is on Premier Doug Ford.
We're in a very bad
The way things are going inside there, he should have changed his line of work, don't you think?
How about the TU?
A laugh so far. What's it to you? You said something to him that knocked him for a loop, baby. What was it?
A personal matter.
Oh, how personal.
Oh, like that. Was not to exit. Step 3. I'm Karen Seelden.
Manipulated media.
Productions and the Toronto International Film Festival have in common. Well, vaccine and testing requirements will soon be requirements for all their venues. 680's Mark Douglas joins us with the latest on the new guidelines.
The Blue Jays, TIFF, and Mervish Productions have each announced their own mandatory vaccination policy for staff and patrons. Will it keep those patrons away?
Actually, I think it'd be the other way around. I would not go if there was a mandatory vaccine.
Definitely be a lot safer. While you still have some time to get your shot before a show or a game, it's maybe not as much time as you might think. Mervish announcing their full run of shows launches in December. TIFF begins September 9th. But for the Blue Jays, although the policy does not come into effect until September 13th for their series against Tampa Bay and their 4th last regular season game of the year, the fans at the stadium need to be fully vaccinated 2 weeks before that, or they have to arrive with a negative COVID test result not more than 48 hours old. At King and John, I'm Mark Douglas.
The majority of the new COVID infections are in those who have not been fully vaxxed or people with unknown vaccination status. This is one doctor suggests we focus on different statistics. 680's Caitlin Lee explains. Ontario reporting 639 new cases of COVID-19 today and 0 new deaths. Infectious diseases Dr. Suma Chakrabarti tells me the way we're looking at these numbers is shifting. That is because the majority of the sickest people coming into hospitals are unvaccinated.
So the high case count to me is no longer nearly as concerning as it was before. I'm not saying that it doesn't give some information, but there are more informative metrics, and in this situation, hospitalizations was one of the biggest ones.
204 people in hospital as of today, with 151 in the ICU. Of the overall new cases today, 515 are in people who are either not double dosed or have an unknown vaccination status. I'm Caitlin Lee.
Roughly 7,000 people may have been exposed to COVID-19 after attending an event in Oshawa. The event in question, the 43rd annual Jane and Finch Classic Basketball Tournament. Durham Public Health says more than 20 positive cases were linked to the event that was hosted at 1313 Boundary Road in Oshawa between August 3rd and 8th. They say they're having difficulty contacting attendees as they were from all over the
How do you think this is going to go down?
Anyone who attended the event is being asked to get tested immediately and isolate if they have symptoms.
680 News Time at 10:07. A couple hundred people gathered at Brampton City Hall tonight to stand in solidarity with the people of Afghanistan currently facing a humanitarian crisis. Ayhan Sarwari was a protester at the event tonight and tells 680 News he was there to support his family in Afghanistan.
I had one of my cousins who landed 2 days ago. It's heartbreaking. Families are being taken away. There's kids who are running around the airport that their families are missing. there are elders that they're missing a daughter or someone is missing a brother. Everybody's lost. People don't know where to run. They don't know where their loved ones are.
He's calling on the federal government to help victims in Afghanistan under Taliban rule as much as possible. Another 121 Afghan nationals, Canadian citizens, and family members have left Kabul on a rescue flight over the weekend. This is Canada's third evacuation mission since the Taliban took over in Afghanistan and the capital there just over a week ago.
Well, G7 leaders, including Justin Trudeau, will meet virtually tomorrow when it's expected they'll push the U.S. president to extend his Afghanistan deadline. Trudeau says Canada will support G7 sanctions against the Taliban, another issue that will be brought up at tomorrow's meeting. U.S. troops are set to leave the Kabul airport at the end of the month as thousands of Afghans and foreigners struggle to find a way out of the country. We'll likely find out President Joe Biden's decision on extending the deadline either from tomorrow morning's G7 meeting or when Biden delivers remarks on Afghanistan at noon. Coming up in just 30 seconds, we'll check on the price at the post.
680 News Time, 10:09.
Millions. How many people live
680
there?
News acknowledges the land we broadcast from as the ancestral territories of the Anishinaabe, the Wendat, and currently the Haudenosaunee peoples.
And since 1805,
You got 20
the
bucks?
treaty lives of the Mississaugas of the Credit.
This is 680 News.
Just in time for summer, Appliance Canada is pleased to introduce
Get that
Dometic
rent.
Mobar.
Rent.
Turn your backyard into a summer getaway with the Dometic Mobar from Appliance Canada. The 550 model is the ultimate mobile beverage center with accessories inspired by professional bartenders, allowing you to host friends and family when the time comes and enhance the luxury of your outdoor space. Appliance Canada, for your home, for your life. Call, click, or connect with us online today. Now the 680 News gas price update and predicting the price of gas will not change at midnight, holding at $1.32.9 a liter at most GTA stations. Coming up in 60 seconds, traffic and weather together on the ones.
680 News Time, 10:10.
The GTA's newest Audi dealer,
In my
Audi
own.
Mississauga Airport, invites you to explore our new state-of-the-art
barriers to access. That doesn't just mean inability to book appointments or get to a vaccination clinic. It also means access to information.
Okay, that's one.
Vraiment au cœur de pacing back and forth.
That's English.
Donc, peut-être qu'on a.
Oui, crispation est un bon mot, c'est vrai. Et parmi les facteurs explicatifs qui sont nommés quand on évoque les réseaux sociaux, il y en a plein, mais permettez-moi d'évoquer, ça accroît nos biais cognitifs. C'est là, on a tous des biais cognitifs. Alors, par exemple, l'illusion de savoir, c'est bien documenté, ça, mais avec les réseaux sociaux, on a très vite l'illusion qu'on maîtrise un sujet et qu'on le connaît. Et c'est souvent une illusion, justement, parce qu'on ne maîtrise pas. Aussi, il y a une chose qu'on appelle le biais de confirmation. Alors, si vous lisez un texte qui va dans le sens que vous aimez, qui renvoie un autre texte qui va encore dans le sens que vous aimez, vous êtes rapidement pris dans un biais de confirmation accentué par l'illusion de savoir, puis des effets de bulle. On fréquente toujours les mêmes personnes. Alors, tout ça, ça conduit en effet à la polarisation. Mais si vous me permettez aussi, je voudrais dire, puis pendant l'année, je vais probablement développer ça aussi, qu'il y a des modes intellectuels responsables de ça. Sortis de l'université, souvent, qui datent de France des années 60 et 70, qu'on appelle le postmoderniste, qui est passé aux États-Unis, qui est devenu un peu présent partout, et qui met en question des choses importantes pour une démocratie. Par exemple, le fait que le savoir est possible, que la vérité est atteignable, que le dialogue est nécessaire. Ces choses-là tendent à s'estomper sous le biais de modes intellectuels que je trouve extrêmement dangereuses et troublantes, tu vois.
Oui, absolument. Cet été, je me suis beaucoup intéressée à la libre pensée, les esprits libres. Sur les esprits libres, cette liberté d'esprit qui, en ce moment, semble difficile à conjuguer avec les contextes dans lesquels on vit parfois. Et Anna Arendt, donc, je voulais vous entendre là-dessus, elle a dit « La pensée, conçue comme un besoin naturel de la vie, n'est pas la prérogative d'une minorité, mais une faculté constamment présente en chacun de nous. Elle ne dépend ni de l'intelligence, ni du niveau de formation ou de la culture. On a beau vouloir se restreindre de penser ou d'exprimer ce qu'on pense. On pense que c'est un antidote, hein, ce qu'on vit présentement. Je ne dirai plus rien, je ne penserai plus, je vais fermer la télé, je vais fermer la radio.
Mais... Vous avez raison de souligner ça. Vous savez, moi, j'ai souvent cité une phrase de Anna Arendt que j'aime beaucoup, qui va dans le sens de ce que vous voulez citer ici. Elle disait « Tout ce que je demande, c'est que nous pensions à ce que nous faisons. » Et effectivement, avec les réseaux sociaux, on peut avoir le sentiment qu'il y a un renoncement à l'exigence de la pensée qui est difficile, qui est pas vraiment exigeant, et qui nous demande de nous investir dans ce qu'on fait, d'étudier, etc. Et je tiens à rappeler aussi, parce que moi, vous savez, l'éducation occupe une place bien importante dans ma vie, c'est qu'Anna Arendt, elle a écrit un texte très célèbre en 61 qui s'appelle « La crise d'éducation », et elle rappelait aussi l'importance de l'éducation pour se préparer à ce qu'on peut appeler la conversation démocratique, les échanges avec les autres. Et ça, c'est extrêmement central, effectivement.
Alors, comment, Normand Baillargeon, parce que c'est la question que je vais poser, vous poser, mais aussi aux deux personnes qui vont vous suivre, comment s'apaiser à travers tout ça? Comment conserver, entretenir une liberté de pensée, une liberté de parole? Dans la paix, ce serait vraiment un trop vaste programme, mais dans un certain apaisement avec soi-même et avec les autres.
Apaisement avec soi-même et avec les autres, vous avez raison, et c'est de vastes et difficiles questions. Là. Durant les mois dans lesquels on va se parler, je vais essayer de donner des réponses à ça, mais il y a un certain nombre de choses, de stratégies qui apparaissent importantes et qu'on peut pratiquer. Alors, pour commencer, chercher à mieux s'informer, et là, être conscient des pièges que peuvent nous tendre les algorithmes, les réseaux sociaux, Internet, les médias. Donc, ce travail-là, il est exigeant, mais il nous permet d'éviter de sombrer dans une sorte de conformisme satisfaisant. Il faut accepter de faire l'effort, c'est important, ça mérite d'être fait. Il faut se rappeler aussi qu'il y a des valeurs cruciales comme la vérité, la démocratie, le savoir, qui sont en jeu derrière tout ça, et c'est une sorte de devoir du citoyen de faire tout ça. Rester critique. Je dirais aussi une chose qui me frappe beaucoup, je ne sais pas si vous serez d'accord, Pénélope, mais en ce moment, on semble voir disparaître la capacité de nuancer les propos.
Absolument, tout le monde est d'accord là-dessus.
Voilà. Et donc, retrouver le sens ou le goût de la nuance, partout où c'est possible, c'est pas toujours possible, la nuance, il y a des fois où c'est correct de ne pas être nuancé, mais très souvent, la nuance est nécessaire. Retrouver ce goût de la nuance, c'est important. Et je ne vais pas employer des mots plus compliqués, mais je vais le faire si vous permettez, Pénélope.
Bien sûr.
Retrouver le sens de ce qu'on appelle en philosophie les vertus épistémiques. Ouais. Je vais expliquer ça. Vertus, ça veut dire des qualités intellectuelles, ici pas morales, des qualités intellectuelles qui ont rapport à la connaissance. Et ça se développe, des vertus épistémiques. Reconnaître qu'on peut se tromper. Reconnaître que la personne qui pense autre chose a peut-être quelque chose à nous apprendre aussi. Reconnaître que tant qu'on n'a pas...
An easier qualification. Call the private fund specialists today at 416-398-30.
Director of the table, Dr. Peter Uni, says there's no interference. And the Blue Jays, Mervish Productions, and TIFF jumping on the mandatory vaccination bandwagon. The Jays policy not coming into effect.
Was he happens to work at the Lexington Theater? As you said, Colonel Boydville's back in town, and that brings up another point you better explain.
What's going on? I'll give it anyway. I thought I heard shots.
You did, Pratt.
I thought I heard
so
shots.
it's you again. I might have... That man there on the ground. Good heavens, is he dead? Yeah, he's murdered. Oh, no.
You just get to the good part.
I'm getting out of
How
here.
long you're not? I'm going with you.
Listen, big ears, I can take care of myself. Will you beat it?
That's not the point, sister. I still want to talk to you. Get in. Walk that way to the street, not too fast.
All right. Get your running things. Where are we going?
Lexington Theater. On the way, you can tell me why your ex-husband Peachy's been hanging around there.
I don't know
Who's the
why.
friend he's been seeing? Was it Cameo?
I don't know that either.
Look, for Pete's sake, do I have to draw you a picture? A man was shot down right in front of you. Doesn't that convince you? You're fucking the same opposition, baby, and believe me, this is no time to hold out. Not in this league.
I'm not.
All right.
Well, that stuff you overheard on the phone was pure bluff. I accidentally ran into John a couple of days ago near the stage door of the Lyceum. He acted funny like he was waiting for somebody and very nervous about it.
You didn't see who it was?
No. I waited until 3 girls and 2 men had come out one after another, but they were cagey. I couldn't tell which one John was waiting for. Then I heard about this slander suit of his, and I figured something was screwy.
He took a swing in the dark tonight and connected.
Good and solid. When I told him on the phone to go back to his friend, I knew he'd be just stupid enough to do it, and that's why I came out so fast. I wanted to follow him and find out who else was involved before I got in too far.
You're already in too far, baby. You got more nerve and good sense, even for $100 grand. You don't believe me? Ask Cameo. There's the theater park here. We'll walk over.
Look, tell me something.
For safety and security.
Are you
Find out more by listening every Saturday at 1 p.m. and Sunday mornings at 10. Or call 1-877-8-SILVER. GuildhallWealth.com.
Mom, have you seen the toothbrush?
who haven't found the joy of a forever home yet. Here's how you can help them.
Right now, if you buy any combination of Royale tissue products totaling $20, you'll get a $5 Royale coupon, and Royale will donate $5 to participating animal shelters.
Together,
Why don't you just
we
give
can
them the
help find a
money
home
and leave
for
us
every
out of
pet.
it? And not confuse us.
Sure, he was a mimic. Guy like that when a dialects love something. So maybe Seth cameo with the boy who slugged me and came to studio.
Oh, Jesus. And you're going to catch him in a rest.
Here's Martin Strong.
Oh, my God. How many fucking...
To 877-399-9898. You can text us if you have any comments. You can also write us an email. Write me an email, martin@cknw.com. Still to come, should Canadian workers be forced to take the vaccine? We'll be talking about your options
in my garage
if
right
your
now.
employer is making vaccines mandatory. We'll talk to a lawyer. But right now we're talking about Pfizer, kind of talking about Pfizer. They got full approval to their COVID-19 vaccine. It's not an emergency approval anymore. It's full approval.
By
And
who,
with
though?
me is Fatima Tokmashan.
So what is it approved as in Canada?
Geneticist and bioethicist for COVID-19 Resources Canada. And Fatima, I just before I got on, I saw Donald Trump at a rally, and he mentioned, he told the audience to get a vaccine, and they booed him. They booed Donald Trump, and he just kind of laughed it off. And it just is such an example of how not only vaccines but also masks have become so politicized. What's your theory as a scientist? Why is it so politicized, and why are certain people who tend to think a certain way, why are they so likely to be sort of on the anti-vaccination side?
Well, it's a very complex issue. It's I want to mention science has been politicized for a long time. I mean, since World War II and eugenics.
No, that was weaponized.
At the forefront, and people were hiding behind it to commit genocide. So this is not a new concept, but it's been revived, and in the age of social media, of course, with 24-hour news cycle and news in the palm of our hands. So
right.
It's a little more pronounced. It all comes down to, as I said, any type of communication, and marketing companies, they've figured this out really well. It comes down to aligning culture, context, and identity. You make the alignment of these three items, and you can get through to anybody with any message, regardless of how accurate or inaccurate your messaging is. So you have the Fox News and other ultra-conservative news agencies who are pandering to certain fears and anxieties of their viewers and promoting certain ideas. And then you have the other side. So it all comes down to knowing your audience, what triggers them, what takes them, what their fears and anxieties are, and marketing whatever it is that you want to do towards that.
Yeah. So do you think that we tend to generalize people who don't get a vaccine, that we generalize them, we lump them into the same box at our peril?
Absolutely, and I'm a clinician scientist. I see this happen all the time in clinics. We sometimes make off-the-cuff comments about certain people, certain choices they make, and it's not right. People are
usually
diverse, their
factually
anxieties
incorrect.
and fears are diverse. They make
That's the back of it.
and any healthcare-related decision, including whether to vaccinate or not, are very personal decisions. Now, in the context of a pandemic, that decision has huge implications on other people's well-being. It's not a matter of, if I don't want to get a blood transfusion, it's going to only affect me and my survival. If I don't get the vaccine, it's going to affect my well-being. It affects everybody that I'm going to come in contact with. So the bioethics of it becomes a little more complex, and we shouldn't be lumping people, and not lumping people into this one big anti-vax or vaccine hesitant category will help us come up with creative strategies to help them. We have data from StatsCan and PHAC showing that about 60% of adult Canadians aren't able to obtain, understand, or access on health information. So basically, health literacy in general in Canada is low, even though we are a highly educated nation. So that alone, to me, as a scientist and a clinician, says that whenever I want to communicate choices and medical information about medical intervention to people, I need to be cognizant and make an effort to understand where the person is coming from, what are their values, what is their identity, what are the fears that drive them, and then target my message, not alter the fact, target it to what those values and anxieties are.
Right, instead of just harping. Instead of so what are, give me an example, because we're talking the different levels of phobia about getting a vaccine. Give me an example of someone who you feel you can get to, who right now doesn't want to get a vaccine, but you feel you could get to.
Just for license 12.
I have had conversations with new refugees to Canada. They're Arabic-speaking people. Basically, from my culture and my background, I had the opportunity and the privilege of talking to this person who was pregnant and was very worried because their husband had a frontline job, which would put her at high risk of exposure. But at the same time, she was part of this Facebook group that was getting messages about the vaccines are dangerous to the fetus, and she could have.
The problem is nobody knows what the danger is.
So I was able to have a conversation with her and validate her fears, firstly. But also having that conversation with somebody who she's new in the country.
Children have to live much.
Everything behind and has come to Canada as a refugee. Being able to talk to somebody in her own language and then having her fears first validated and then addressed one by one, point by point, having her questions answered. I think that helped a lot, and she's now vaccinated.
Oh, that's a success story. Well, I like that. I think it's a lesson that we need to take. So thank you so much for
it all works mechanically, but they fucked up the programming.
Geneticist and bioethicist for COVID-19 Resources Canada. Thank you so much for talking to us tonight.
My pleasure. Have a good night.
Okay, you have a great night too. Coming up, should Canadian workers be forced to take the vaccine? We'll be discussing your options if your employer is making vaccines mandatory. Stick around. That's coming up next on Martin Strong.
Train now! 661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fee.
Damn it. Oh, that's supposed to be installed somewhere. Guess what? Anywhere I could put it indoors isn't open to the public. Anywhere I could put it outdoors, the phones are so smashed up that it's like, why would I bother? They've fucked up every phone except like a couple that are real close to places they buy drugs from. So I'm gonna just keep it right there. No, because everything inside everything works, but they fucked up the programming somehow. It wouldn't dial out. And then at the end, if you go through it, and then call us. Oh, that's great. This takes for fucking ever and nothing happens.
Of this year, StatsCan says non-mortgage debts fell by nearly $21 billion,
got 50 cents in the phone 10 times a day.
$16 billion drop in credit card debt. All the while, mortgage debt rose at a record pace to nearly $100 billion. That debt made up roughly 2/3 of total household debt 1 year into the pandemic.
which amounted to $2.5 trillion. Our Canadian dollar up a cent today to just about 79 cents US.
I did have
Well,
it
it was a
plugged in.
strong
I
start to
need
the
to
week
drop
for
a
North
battery
American
anyway.
markets. On Bay Street, the
No,
TSX up
this
0.7% or 138
the programming they put in,
20,477.
something they do makes it not dial out, and you can't log into the phone.
0.6% to 35,335.
You're gonna repeat that all day long, but you're not gonna tell us how that happened. No, so they do this on purpose. I don't know if somebody got sick and died and got replaced or what the fuck happened, but I couldn't make contact with these fucking people to get it fixed. If I know somebody that can dial into the phone, however the fuck you do. Coincidentally, these people sell that software and offer that service. I'm leery of that one. Once I get a program, everything on it is perfect, and because it's the longer cord, which I didn't think about, but since the cord mounts in the middle, and you can use the regular length and it'll reach low enough for, I don't know, short people or whatever, wheelchairs and shit. It was brand new. Everything in it is not brand new, but it's not damaged in any way. Wherever it was installed, it was one of those phones that nobody used because it was in like the back corner of the mall or some shit. And the coin mechanism, that's the part that it gets dirty or fucked up or whatever is going to give you problems. Everything works fine on it. I just need to figure out how to tell it how to dial a phone when someone puts in money, because it doesn't know how to do that right now. It's like somebody smacked it and forgot how. I'm going to talk about. Oh shit! When did they do that commercial break?
Shouldn't pay the same amount as this driver.
40% when you give permission to use credit score, meaning up to 55% in discounts. Call back.
Permission to use credit score. Wait, what? Oh, insurance. Right. Hey, wait a second. You guys are already checking our credit. I can yeah, but I don't know I don't know how to set all the registers. See, I understand the concept. It's a 1980s computer, but it's basically bulletproof. Like you literally would have to put a bullet through the board for it to stop working. That's why they're still fucking around. That's why they're still around. And that's what I kind of I have ideas, because we have level railroad crossings next to schools, and if you had to run to find a phone, you could run for fucking 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks before you find one. And everywhere there was one, it's either been removed by the owners or somebody's cut the fucking thing and damaged it, and they're all fucking damaged. It's incredible around here. But I had this idea and I kind of gave up on it. I gave up on it sort of quickly because I can always do that later. I don't know if I can dial. I'm not sure if I still have it. I might have unplugged it to plug into this clock. Because the battery I got into the battery they gave me is shitty. It doesn't hold a charge. And I think I blame that on. I think it's because it had a charge in Texas, and when it hit Canada on the truck, the temperature change was huge because it was I don't remember, but it was cold here. It was unseasonably cold here. So I hardwired a AC adapter of the exact. I guess DC AC adapter, so I know everything on it works, but I reset the programming. The only thing that didn't work is it wouldn't dial a call. It wouldn't do the last step of what it was programmed to do, and it says in the fucking instructions they tell you to look at to reset the phone. I should have thought about that. And I couldn't log in with the default password either, so I'm not sure what the fucking issue is with these people.
Decades afterward.
The BC Wildfire Service says nearly 250 fires are still burning across the province, though that is around 20 fewer than last week. A 37-year-old man is charged with attempted murder after a Montreal area shooting left 5 people injured, including a 9-year-old boy. Authorities say a car carrying 4 people was targeted by a shooter at around 7:30 Sunday evening. The boy was hit by a bullet as he was standing outside a nearby home. In the U.S., the leader of the Proud Boys extremist group has been sentenced to more than 5 months in jail.
Enrique Tarrio told the court he made a grave mistake and was profusely sorry for his actions. He pleaded guilty to burning a Black Lives Matter banner that was torn down from a historic black church in downtown Washington, D.C., and bringing 2 high-capacity firearm magazines into the nation's capital days before the January
How did he not
riot.
get the sentences
Proud Boy
we would
members
get?
describe themselves
You know the
as a
sentence you get for
politically
shit like that?
incorrect men's club for Western chauvinists. Dario hasn't been charged in the Capitol attack, but 4 group leaders have been charged with conspiring to impede the certification of President Biden's victory. Ed Donahue, Washington.
You get the same
From the
treatment.
Global News Desk, I'm Toby Carr.
And it basically comes down to what sentence should you get for your part in it, but they consider you just as guilty.
Canada's home to discuss, to learn.
Oh, what's part of this? 2, 3, 4, 3, whatever cops died.
And if you've got something on your mind, you can always call.
Which, like, I don't always care about, but like.
877-399-9898.
These people got swarmed for no reason.
Text us. Make sure you.
I would have shot every fucking one of them until I ran out of bullets.
From.
I don't know how these guys didn't do that.
399-9898.
One guy got hit with
also,
2 guys got hit by a car.
At cknw.com.
The boards, the computers in these phones will run forever. They get used like once a year. It'll keep working. But getting and working at first is a pain in the ass. I don't even know. If I can find what each register means, I'll program it my fucking self. But I don't know how to do that. I don't know what they all mean.
They knew that was going to happen, but it does open the door for mandatory vaccines, for mandates forcing people to get the vaccine if they want to do certain things or if they want to work in certain places. Bill de Blasio is going all in. The mayor of New York now saying that every staff member in New York City's public school system will need to be vaccinated by the end of September, period.
I know some other requirements.
There will be no option of a weekly test instead. New York City has the largest public school system in
somewhere at the end of those videos, I point out that I did what it said in the book. It don't work, and I can't contact.
So this is going to affect about 150,000 employees.
It's like looking for a cable they don't manufacture anymore or some stupid thing.
3% of the education
but that's not the problem. I just don't know how to log into with a phone line. I know how to plug in every type of network. I don't know how to do that with this.
It's becoming more and more common to hear. A couple of weeks ago in British Columbia, Bonnie Henry and the government there announced that all workers in long-term care and assisted living facilities have to be fully vaccinated. And today in BC, they announced a proof of vaccination passport if you want to go to a hockey game or a nightclub. And with me now is Andrew Goldberg, Senior Associate at Samfiru Tumarkin, a law firm. Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Oh, I'm well. Thank you. Good evening.
Good. So, mandatory vaccinations. Well, before we get started, let's listen to what the Prime Minister had to say.
We have made the decision that federal public servants need to be fully vaccinated. That is something that we're also applying to everyone who gets on a plane or a train in the coming months in Canada. That's a decision that we're making in order to keep Canadians safe.
Hey, what about the $200 billion of arms we sold to Saudi Arabia?
This pandemic crisis in Canada.
So, Andrew, as a lawyer, when you hear about these kind of mandates so you can keep your job, how does that sit with you as a legal issue?
Well, I mean, it goes without saying that it's certainly a hot topic. I almost can't even get other work done because of just the amount of people that are calling me day in and day out about the imposition of vaccines. So it's definitely a huge topic right now. From a legal perspective, there are significant concerns regarding mandatory vaccines in the workplace. And I think there's a lot of employers out there that, are not understanding of the implications with respect to both severance entitlements that employees could be entitled to if they're fired for not taking a vaccine, or potentially human rights damages as well. I mean, it'll be situation specific, but there are going to be a lot of situations whereby individuals who are not looking to get vaccinated could refuse to do so and still have legal entitlement, certainly.
So how close are we to that point where say a restaurant or a smaller company, not like all public servants, but a small company, somebody has a number of employees, especially the smaller companies. How close do you think we are to employers demanding and firing employees who don't get vaccinated?
Well, I think there's kind of two parts to that, to answer that question. I mean, the first one is we're seeing more and more employers rolling out policies day by day, irrespective of, from a legal position, what are the implications of that? But, number two, I think most of it will come down to the provincial governments because really they're best suited to deal with this issue. An employer that's mandated to require its employees to receive a vaccine at the behest of the government through legislation will certainly have a leg to stand on to say, well, if we have to let someone go because they refuse to get vaccinated, but the government is forcing us to vaccinate our employees, how can we possibly be liable? That is certainly a very compelling argument, and likely an employer will be in the clear in that regard. For smaller businesses, and it really doesn't really matter the size of the business, frankly, but just businesses that don't fall under the purview of a mandatory vaccination policy as mandated through legislation. And again, it's one thing for our governments to, speak to what they're looking to do and mandate things through kind of correspondence, but this stuff needs to be legislated, and that's yet to happen in most regards. So until that happens, we receive guidance from our government and the governments across the country, it'll be very difficult for employers to deal with this issue, and they face legal exposure, certainly.
Right. So if you were an employee and you're starting to get pressure, because it probably likely wouldn't, at this point, it wouldn't come down to get it or you're fired. It's probably going to be kind of like a creative dismissal. They'll probably start asking questions and all that stuff. So if you were an employee who was not vaccinated and you were getting pressured, what's the first thing you would do?
Well, I think the first thing you would probably do, and this would be my advice to anybody really with respect to any employment-related situation, is just get a consultation with an employment lawyer. It's not a costly undertaking. All you have to do is, book half an hour, outline your concerns, because as I discussed just a moment ago, whether or not, you work for a company that's maybe federally regulated, and then you're subject to the new federal regime that's out there, or, depending on which province you're in and depending what kind of employer, whether it's a healthcare centric employer where there's more legitimate safety concerns, all of these things could have implications. So rather than try to navigate what is certainly an extremely complex landscape that's changing day by day, even for employment lawyers, it's, you have to stay on top of it and keep up with everything. Just speak to an employment lawyer and get a sense of what your rights are in the situation. I think it's the easiest thing to do.
Right. So I want to see what people think. Give us a call at 877-399-9898. 877-399-9898. You can give us a call. You can also send us a text. And if you do send us a text, make sure you give us your name and where you're calling from. And we'll talk more with Andrew Goldberg, a lawyer, senior associate with Samfiru Tumarkin.
Well, I think you answered every question.
Look at the shuffling down. Look at the band parading all over town. Look at the happiness going around where everybody's up and celebrating. Look at the drummer and the name of the gang, swinging and banging with the thing and the bang, changing the town from dead to alive. The band they call the Dixieland Five. You're gonna hear them play old Dixieland. You better get your reservation planned in person or a one-night stand. All together now, and two. Come on to join the happy throng. Feel the beat of that shuffle and scuffle and bug rat song. Come on to ramble along. You gonna hear them play that Dixieland. You better get your reservation planned in person or a one-night stand. All together now, one and two.
Ignite lighter away from face and clothing. Oh, because it contains flammable gas.
Come on to ramble along.
These people are talking on that recording.
Hey, George, I want you to do me a favor. There's some wise guy named Phil Harris is coming in to renew his driver's license. He thinks he's a big shot. So when he comes in, I want you and the boys to give him the works. Oh, we know how to handle that type. Hey, Jack, when this Harris guy comes in, I want you and Eddie to get in line and back up and make believe you're applying for a license too. Okay, we'll take care of Harris. I'm crazy, fellas. Here he comes. The one with the blonde hair. I better duck for it. He ducks, Jackson. Eddie, you and Jack go out and get in line and back. Hey, pardon me, bud, but where do I renew my driver's license? Oh, right here. What's your name, sir? I, sir, am Phil Harris. Phil Harris? Oh, when I tell the boys, fellas, look who's here, Phil Harris!
I'm waiting for a specific character. Yeah, I got plans for this phone and a few more. It's not just so simple as put them out and make money. I got other ideas too.
Kind of impressed at seeing me, aren't you, bud?
This is basically a field telephone. It's got a battery in
He
it.
came in for a dog life. Now, what can I do for you? Well, I want to have my license renewed. Oh, very well. There'll be a few questions to answer. First, who are you sired by?
Where's
Why do I have
Rochester?
to answer questions? All I want is a license. Here's my old one. Give me a new one. Oh, you optimist here. It's not that simple. Before I can stamp your license, you'll have to take an eye test, a road sign test, a traffic law test, a driving test, a loyalty test, a blood test, and a screen test. Well, why do I have to go through all that? I've been driving for 20 years. We have to be very strict about who we issue licenses to.
You mean that I have to go through all that too?
Oh, I didn't see you.
Du hockey professionnel à Québec. Et c'est le cas de Bernard Drainville, l'ancien politicien, aujourd'hui chroniqueur, qui se demandait tout de suite après l'annonce de la nouvelle si ça signifiait qu'on ouvrait la porte pour le retour des Nordiques à Québec ou si, de manière plus pessimiste, on devrait plutôt envisager un déménagement dans la tout aussi belle ville de Houston. Il y a le journaliste à TVA, François Cormier, qui, comme vous l'avez dit, Pénélope, parle d'une saga qui est repartie. Il a même lancé le propre mot-clic « On veut les Nordiques » sur sa publication. J'étais étonné de voir un journaliste de Boston, je pensais pas qu'il parlait français, soit il parle français, soit il est très habile sur Google Translate, mais il m'a envoyé dans un français une syntaxe parfaite. Ramener les Nordiques une bonne fois pour toutes, avec un E à la fin de toutes, comme si c'était vraiment dit à la prononcée à la québécoise.
La traduction Google fait pas ce genre. Ils font d'autres erreurs, mais pas celle-là.
J'ai l'impression qu'il a demandé peut-être à un collègue francophone pour être sûr de bien l'écrire. Et finalement, mon premier réflexe dans tout ça, ça a été d'aller scruter la page de Pierre-Carl Pellado pour savoir s'il a dit quelque chose. Mais non, il a tenu.
Getting a shooting that happened in North York. It left 2 people injured, 1 with life-threatening injuries. It happened around 10 tonight near Jane and Wilson. No word yet on suspects. And coming in fast and furious, more private companies and entertainment groups announcing vaccination mandates in order to partake. The Jays, Mervis Productions, and TIFF just the latest to require proof of vaccination or a negative test.
Actually made that very forceful announcement of mandatory vaccines for public sector workers and people who want to get on airline flights and trains. And then 2 days later, the election starts. And with me is an expert, a lawyer, Andrew Goldberg, senior associate at Sanfiru Tumarkin. Andrew, let's take some calls. We have Clark on the phone. And Clark, do you have a question for Andrew?
Angry callers.
Yes. The real question I have is employers are required, I believe by law, to provide a safe workplace. And personal issues, well, they can be addressed. But the point being is, are you going to endanger your coworkers?
How?
And so somewhere in there has to be some kind of balance.
One of these is warm.
And whether somebody gets laid off until they get vaxxed or not. I know there'd be all sorts of legalities and to go with it. But again, we're looking for a safe workplace.
That's an interesting question, Andrew. It sort of is a different side of the coin.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, my understanding of his comments more than anything is, look, there's people who are not going to want to get vaccinated, but how do we balance that as employers against ensuring the safety of other individuals in the workplace is kind of what I surmise this question to entail. But I mean, I think it's important to remember that everything will be context specific, right? So,
for fuck's sake, situations, this is how it fills out that free first half hour.
Very well do their job from home, for example. I know, you have to remember at the outset of the pandemic, a huge portion of the Canadian population was relegated to performing their duties from home. And a lot of these individuals did so successfully for, sometimes upwards of a year. Now, obviously, there are some workplaces where you have to be physically present, and that's going to be impossible. But, that's just one example where you can balance someone's, preference not to, or sometimes in some instances, requirement not to receive a vaccine against the safety risks inherent in the workplace, as are other mechanisms such as...
Dry. Where's French good?
On n'est pas obligé de se faire vacciner pour avoir le pass sanitaire. Justement, ça, c'est une autre différence avec le passeport vaccinal. Et donc, c'est pas le même nom. Il n'y a pas le mot vaccin dans le pass sanitaire. Et ça, c'est parce que pour avoir le code QR sur ton application anti-COVID, oui, tu peux avoir eu le vaccin, mais aussi tu auras pu avoir un résultat d'un test négatif dans les dernières 72 heures ou un certificat d'un médecin comme quoi vous avez déjà eu le COVID dans les derniers 6 mois et vous êtes rétabli. Toutes ces choses-là, ça vous donne le pass sanitaire. Vous pouvez faire ce que vous voulez sans masque. Laurent Denis, qui est juriste et dans la partie du président Macron, il retweet du journal du dimanche ce commentaire: la popularité d'Emmanuel Macron augmente de 3 points en un mois, 41% de satisfaits malgré l'entrée en vigueur du pass sanitaire. Et ça pour vous dire que
France. There's like 400 years of politics out here.
Le pass sanitaire a des adhérents, beaucoup. D'ailleurs, le nombre de manifestants a baissé un peu en fin de semaine sur toute la France de 20%. Pour le mot-clic pass sanitaire, je ne vous le conseille pas. Pendant vos temps libres, j'ai entendu votre dernière demi-heure. C'est peut-être pas le bon mot clic pour aller s'amuser ou s'apaiser.
D'accord, je comprends bien.
Mais voici une idée de ce qu'on y dit. La plupart manquent de rigueur et débordent d'émotions. Voici Anne Rath de Paris qui se présente comme anarchiste et conservateur dans des proportions qui restent à déterminer. Elle dit: les pro-pass sanitaires sont suffisants, agressifs, grossiers, méprisants. Aucun raisonnement dans leurs propos, mais une violence verbale gratuite, mais qui se rassurent lorsqu'ils seront malades du COVID malgré leurs 5 doses. Nous les plaindrons sans rire d'eux. Un qui dit vivre libre comme un paria plutôt que de survivre soumis à l'État. Et en contrepartie, Christiane Lem qui écrit sur son compte: je peux vous comprendre, mais lorsqu'on vit une épidémie mondiale, que cette liberté ne soit pas supprimée trop longtemps. Le pass sanitaire n'est que temporaire. Plus vite que les Français se pourront vacciner, plus vite qu'il disparaîtra. Et d'ailleurs, il y a de plus en plus de vaccinés en France. Ça semble marcher. Et je vous rappelle qu'ici, en Angleterre, il n'y a pas de pass sanitaire, ni de passeport vaccinal. Et ça, c'est parce que les taux sont jugés assez élevés. Et puis, maintenant, on peut aller au bar, au restaurant, boîte de nuit.
Est-ce que ça grognait beaucoup en terminant en 2 secondes, Mike, quand on demandait le pass sanitaire sur les terrasses? Qu'est-ce que vous avez constaté?
Oui ou non, je voulais juste vous dire qu'il y a des gens qui sont très fiers de montrer leur pass sanitaire. Mais il y a d'autres groupes de gens que j'ai eu l'impression, j'ai vu une femme qui n'avait pas son pass sanitaire. Elle avait l'air un peu dépassée. Et je pense que c'est quand même difficile de trouver, de se faire vacciner des fois, ou d'avoir l'application, de mettre le code QR pour avoir le pass. Tout ça, ça prend un effort. Et donc, il y a un certain groupe de de personnes pour qui ça leur dépasse et donc ils ne sont pas capables d'aller prendre un café sur le terrasse.
Absolument, ouais, absolument, absolument. Merci, Mike.
Bye bye love, bye bye happiness, hello loneliness, I think I'm gonna cry. Bye bye love, bye bye.
Stop. Northbound on the DVP, that crash is gone, approaching York Mill, so are the delays. You do have construction at the 401, though, where the right lane's been blocked off. Eastbound 401 maintenance, approaching the Allen in the Express, where right lane's closed. It's not looking too bad through here, just watch out for it. It's really busy, though, on the westbound 401 in Harmony. 2 left lanes closed off, really slow. And then we have a crash west to Weston in the collectors, where Central Lane was blocked, and I'm just watching it clear away now, so that's great news. Enjoy the Adventure On event at your local Subaru dealer. Shop safely this summer and enjoy rates from as low as 0.5%. Next report at 11:01 with the forecast. Here's Carl M.
A very summer-like evening out there with temperatures dropping down to 20 during the overnight. Still humid. We'll have a humid index of 27 with a partly cloudy sky. For tomorrow, it's beautiful all the way from Stony Creek out towards Oshawa and up towards areas like Sutton. It is going to be a fantastic day. 32,
That's the whole world,
feeling like 40 again. Lots of sunshine will stay dry and down to 22 on Tuesday night. Wednesday, 30 degrees, sun and cloud with a chance for a few showers, especially into the afternoon and evening. And then Thursday, sun and cloud, 29 with the chance for a few showers as well. Tonight's overnight low is 20.
Downtown Toronto right now, 26 degrees, feeling like 32 with a clear sky. Similar conditions at Pearson. A reminder, we are under a heat warning in southern Ontario.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Dynamic Funds. Still checking your portfolio every day? There's a better way to invest. Speak to a financial advisor today and visit dynamic.ca/advice to learn more.
Coming up at the top of the hour, some he said at the province's science advisory table, with one member resigning today after alleging the panel is more concerned with playing politics and not revealing everything to the public. Also, coming up at 11 o'clock, Toronto police are investigating a shooting in North York that left 2 people injured. It happened near Jane and Wilson. We'll have the very latest at the top of the hour.
This is 680 News.
So you've worked hard and made it to the end of the day.
Instead of have the workers become vaccinated, they can undergo a training where they can learn about the vaccine, and because a lot of people maybe aren't educated when it comes to the real side effects and the implications, so they can receive training, and then after the training, if they still aren't interested in it, they can be forced to undergo testing, regular COVID testing.
Everybody has to get tested.
That, they aren't, they haven't contracted COVID. So there are different ways to go about it, certainly, that aren't kind of like black and white do or don't scenarios.
Are you allowed to, if you were, say, doing job interviews and hiring somebody, are you allowed to ask them if they're vaccinated?
I mean, it's a tricky question to ask. I think, again, that's something, it's very possible that could give rise to human rights damages, theoretically, depending on the context. Again, I think as an employer, this is another situation where you would like to receive guidance from the provincial government in the form of legislation that, gives you the ability to do things cut and dry without you having to be concerned. But I think an employer who's doing that, they could face some risk, certainly, depending on the context. And again, another big point is it really is going to come down to, the workplace. Do you work in long-term care? I mean, there's going to be certain rules in place for long-term care expectations there. Or do you work for, an IT company where very feasibly everyone could work from home if they wanted to, and in fact probably have been for a year.
It depends.
So
somebody has to keep those generators running.
And that question, but certainly, whether or not you've been vaccinated as a question to ask a potential candidate before hiring them or in considering whether to hire them could have some legal implications as well.
Well, thank you, Andrew.
It's my pleasure. It's happy to be on, and I mean, it's just it's a crazy topic right now, and there's no real right or wrong. It's just trying to navigate the best we can at this point.
And it's not going away. Andrew Goldberg.
That's so people that are like employers or employees might call him. Yeah, he's going to give everybody the same 30-minute spiel. He's got it worked out. He's smart. He's probably got it like recorded on something like a SoundCloud thing or something. He just puts it Hello? Yeah, and press this play.
Scotiabank and BMO gained about 0.5%. Meanwhile, National Bank of Canada set to report earnings on Wednesday, but was making some news today, becoming the first Canadian bank to eliminate fees on its stock trading platform. National Bank is Canada's 6th largest bank by assets and says trades of both Canadian and U.S. stocks on its direct brokerage will now be free. Companies like Wealthsimple and Robinhood in the U.S. already offer this, but this is a first for a major bank in Canada. It poses the biggest threat to TD Bank, which operates free trades through TD Ameritrade, but only in the U.S. National Bank stock was up 69 cents or 0.7% today. TD Bank shares closed just barely higher. A winning day for the TSX, up 138 points to 20,477. While gains were bigger on Wall Street, the Dow rose over 200 points to 35,335. The S&P was up 37 to 4,479, and the Nasdaq gained a little over 1.5%. Both the S&P and the Nasdaq closed at record highs. Vaccine stocks powered the day's gains after the FDA announced its full approval of the Pfizer shot. Travel stocks also reacted positively to the news. Shares of American Airlines and Delta were up about 3%, and cruise stocks were higher. Shares of Carnival and Norwegian both up about 4%. Commodities had a good day as well. Gold was up $22 or a little over 1%. Oil had its biggest one-day gain since March, up 5.5% to $65.64 a barrel. The loonie also up a cent, back above 79 cents U.S. The Business Center. I'm Stuart McGinn.
Hey there. What does $80 buy you nowadays? Hi, I'm Todd C. Slater, president of Simple Investor. $80 per month will give you guaranteed rent, zero repair costs, positive cash flow, and hands-free management in our newest release in London, Ontario. Real estate investment is not a fad. It's the future. To find out more, go to thesimpleinvestor.com today. The Simple Investor. We make the world of real estate investment simple.
OMG, girl,
Longest kings and queens have been
Finally
conquesting
we get our
lands.
shopping
They've been
together.
selling them off to the
What's wrong? You just moved into your new house. Where's the
the
excitement?
paupers, not the paupers.
Rent's coming home. I've ordered rents online. Have you tried Area Rent
So
Shop?
parts of this I can cut, parts I can't. What the fuck?
Hello,
I
Area
almost
Rug
broke my
Shop.
teeth on that.
Don't even get me started on returns. Linda, listen, Area Rug Shop. They have showrooms in Vaughan, Newmarket, Richmond Hill, and Barrie. You can see the rugs in person, feel them, touch them, heck, even roll on them. Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Eagles Nest Golf Club.
Experience golf in its purest form. Your score is only half the story. Embrace the challenge at the #1 public golf course in the GTA, Eagles Nest. Visit eaglesnestgolf.com.
Taking a look at some regional weather conditions, we're down to 23 degrees in Richmond Hill, 25 in Brampton. In downtown Toronto right now, 26 degrees under a clear sky, still feeling like 31 with the humidity. 680 News Time, 11 o'clock.
Toronto's
Well, they can go right back, damn it.
traffic and weather. This is 680 News.
Oh, I see. I just got a big
It's Monday, August 23rd.
Oh,
Good evening. I'm Scott Burnett.
And I'm Judy Friedman. Here is what's making news this hour.
A man in his 30s has serious, possibly life-threatening injuries after being shot tonight near Jane and Wilson.
The head of Ontario's science table
Like
is
where,
denying
though?
allegations of political interference as the opposition blamed Doug Ford for the departure of an outspoken pandemic advisor.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will take
Outspoken on which side of the issue? Because I believe we all right Star Stadium and some people shoot their mouths like shot
in Afghanistan.
There's no relief from the muggy conditions tonight. A heat warning still in effect for
You just said
Toronto.
Afghanistan. Don't compare.
Through the week, your forecast coming up.
Fresh off their first game at BMO Field in 665 days, the Argos' next home date is postponed after 9 Edmonton Elks come down with COVID-19. Sports at 15. Games to start the week for markets and
others.
Copy plus proof of who you are, so it'll have government ID as well.
Henry says the vaccine certificate is only a temporary measure in order to get BC through this next wave of COVID-19. Aaron Ubel,
so presumably something that is coming. So it's temporary. Get the fuck out of here. You're lying.
Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole wants to give workers in federally regulated companies a bigger voice. He says a Tory government would require those firms with more than 1,000 workers or $100 million in annual revenue to include worker representation on their boards of directors. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh talked about putting an immediate stop to federal dollars funding fossil fuel businesses as he campaigned in Montreal. Liberal leader Justin Trudeau told supporters in Halifax that if his government is re-elected, it will hire 7,500 family doctors over the next 4 years, as well as tax and student loan incentives for health professionals who set up shop in rural or remote communities. Alberta's premier is on holidays at a time when COVID-19 numbers are climbing in the province. But Chaldean's Mensah, a political scientist at MacEwan University, says Jason Kenney's silence may have more to do with the federal election. He tells the Drive on 770 CHQR, premiers have probably been told to stay out of the campaign.
I think having Mr. Kenney stay out of the picture in this federal election is a very good move. Because I think Mr. O'Toole is doing well on his own. He's begun that campaign very, very well.
When it comes to COVID-19, Mensah says Kenney has been the political face of the pandemic in Alberta, and he doesn't begrudge him a vacation. Manitoba Premier Brian Pallister may be leaving office in the next few weeks. Pallister announced earlier this month he will not seek re-election in 2023. He now says he's hoping for a quick transition and will leave the government's legislative agenda to his successor.
I think it's very clear that we have bills that have advanced to the point where they can be brought forward, but there's also very clear that my successor will have the opportunity to take various changes to heart.
Winnipeg MLA Heather Stephenson, the Minister of Health and Seniors Care, is currently the only candidate to replace Pallister.
Come from? They came out of the air.
Another accuser has taken the witness stand at R. Kelly's sex trafficking trial. She testified on Monday that the R&B superstar sexually abused her on his tour bus and in hotel rooms when she was still a high school student and an aspiring singer. Kelly's lawyers have labeled the accusers groupies who wanted to take advantage of his fame and fortune. The accuser says Kelly gave her a sexually transmitted disease, which he did not disclose or protect her from.
Which one?
In sports, all major BC, Calgary, and Toronto sports teams will require fans to be vaccinated.
Is this something they already had on the first trial?
By mid-September. That was unveiled in a series of announcements Monday. And on the diamond, the Blue Jays walk off the White Sox, winning a pitcher's duel 2-1. From the Global News Desk, I'm Toby Kerr.
Damn it! Damn it!
Canada's home to discuss, to learn, to take action. Now, here's guest host Martin Strong.
What is this?
Welcome back. It's time to talk politics. It's only Monday, but it looks like we have one of the big election issues this week, healthcare with a side order of social media. Yeah, yesterday, Deputy PM and Minister of Finance Chrystia Freeland posted a tweet with an embedded video of Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole answering a question about privatized healthcare. It was from an online Q&A session just over a year ago, so it was kind of old. And it shows O'Toole being asked if he would bring private for-profit healthcare to Canada. And he quickly responds, yes. So it clearly makes him look like he is supporting a two-tiered healthcare system. What they edited out was some of the other comments about how universal access remains paramount for the Conservatives. And because of this edit, Twitter slapped a disclaimer on the tweet, calling it manipulated media. Justin Trudeau stands by it, though. He did not back down.
What's really important here is that in the middle of a pandemic, Aaron O'Toole came out unequivocally in support of private healthcare in terms of for-profit healthcare. We posted the entire interview in its entirety, and I encourage all Canadians to take a look to see what Aaron O'Toole has to say about what he sees
in what order. So is this the beginning of American-style politics here in Canada, or did Twitter kind of overreact? With me now is social media expert and founder of Mediated Reality, Jesse Miller. Hi, Jesse. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you, Martin?
Good.
I swear, everybody on the phone sounds like the same guy
I
today.
look at this case, and it does seem a little bit like Twitter sticking their nose in. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. But on the other hand, I like the idea that they are at least attempting to police.
A dip today, 639 new cases of COVID-19 and 0 new deaths. Infectious diseases Dr. Suman Chakrabarti tells me, as long as roll up our sleeves, we need to be paying closer attention to hospitalization numbers rather than just case counts.
Sickest people that are coming into hospital, and especially the people who are being transferred to the ICU for intensive care. These people, the vast majority of them, have not had a full vaccination course and usually are completely unvaccinated.
204 people are in hospital as of today, 151 in the ICU, and overall 515 of these new cases are in people who are either not double dosed or who have an unknown vaccination status.
No.
An advocacy group is calling on Education Minister Stephen Lecce to make COVID-19 vaccinations mandatory for all school staff and students aged 12 and up. People for Education is urging Lecce to add the COVID vaccinations to the list of immunizations required for students to attend school in the province. The group's executive director, Annie Kidder, says the change is vitally necessary because fewer than 70% of students aged 12 to 17 are fully vaccinated, with classes set to resume next month. The province has said the Education Ministry is finalizing a COVID-19 vaccination plan for the school staff, which will require unvaccinated people to get regularly tested for the virus.
Why not the vaccinated people?
A few
They're the
hundred
ones spreading the
demonstrators showed up
undercover
to
shit.
Brampton City Hall tonight to plead with the Canadian government to do more about the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. This man was at the event telling 680 News the situation in the country is in worse than anyone could imagine.
Now that the Taliban have taken over Afghanistan, there are hundreds of people being killed all over Afghanistan. There are thousands of families who are misplaced. There are children who are sleeping in tents without blankets. Every day I think about this, and I've been going through this for a long time, and every day our families need to wake up worried, and this is a problem. This is what the Canadian government needs to hear.
He says the government needs to do everything in its power to rescue as many Afghans as possible and provide aid and shelter for those who remain.
That's going to happen.
With thousands of Afghans still desperately trying to flee that country, the U.S. is under growing pressure to keep American troops at the Kabul airport beyond the 31st of August. At a virtual meeting of G7 leaders on Afghanistan tomorrow, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge the U.S. president to extend the deadline for troop withdrawal. Johnson will also push for sanctions against the Taliban. Justin Trudeau will be taking part in those talks as well.
Everything they touch, the government takes away. Do you think they're
with
not
the
used to
Taliban,
that?
which warned today there will be consequences if the August 31st deadline is extended.
This new segment was brought to you by Willowdale Nissan.
Thanks, Toronto.
For continuing to make us #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather.
On your radio, online, and on your smart speaker.
This is 680 News.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Customer, but we can't take that offer. Didn't you hear? There is a shortage of cars, and...
Does that broken record sound familiar?
No.
Well, at High Park Nissan, Willowdale Nissan, and Newmarket Nissan, we've combined our inventories to offer you the deals that you...
Shut up.
Of the hashtag.
You've always got a shitload of Nissans that are in the neighborhood. You forgot.
Election to now over 10,000 that are just polarized content.
It's too much money is what it is.
American
It's too much money.
And it is about just eviscerating a human being, not necessarily talking about politics. And so in that, what we see in certain politicians' approaches to social media, whether it be a member of parliament or whether it be an MLA, these individuals will sometimes say, hey, we've got a really good little soundbite here that would go viral. And they all get excited about it. And even a viral in a Facebook community of 50 plus users is not as viral as, let's say, a TikTok video where you've got Jagmeet Singh doing a dance. And so when we think about the way that we want our politics to play out, I want the full version available. But if a politician or a person who's running for elected office chooses to weaponize something in a misinformation, purposeful direction, we do have to look and see whether or not we want that as part of our societal structure in Canada. And I'm the first one to stand up and say, no, there should be consequence for that.
Mm-hmm. And do you think, are you right on board with what Twitter did? I saw another social media analyst say that they felt that Twitter overreacted.
I don't know if Twitter, if we use it as an entity, can be deemed to be overreacting or not. I mean, the thing is that when you flag misinformation, you have bots, you have systems, you have individuals. Those individuals may have made the wrong choice. I don't necessarily think that they should have flagged it as misinformation, but what they could have done was highlight and say
this is manipulated media.
Video. But does that mean that Twitter then is falling into what Trudeau has then said afterwards, saying, no, go look at this video? So could that have also been part of the play from the Liberal Party, saying, hey, if we get a little bit of attention to this little line, and maybe if we know that the algorithm might flag it, what could this look like if we then tell people to go look at the longer clip involving the conversation about privatized healthcare in Canada and what O'Toole's comments were? Because sometimes we live in this little kind of myopic view of like, oh, when was this said? Oh, 2 years ago? We're not really paying attention to it. But the thing of it is that in traditional politics, what you said 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that very much is something that can actually have you removed from office or actually not ineligible to run. We saw this in Saanich on the Vancouver Island side. We saw a conservative a candidate who has recently apologized for comments involving Black Lives Matter and George Floyd. And the thing is that, nobody cared up until that person's name was on the docket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. And do you think that there's a difference
that's why they waited until they got that
2015 and today? Or is it about the same, or is it's much different, isn't it?
No, it's drastically different, and a number of reasons. One, we're starting to see a lot more lobbying in Canada for the things that are getting people riled up. So the lockdowns play a role, COVID plays a role, but even gun control is playing a huge role in Canadian politics on social media, because there are groups who every day fill Instagram with pictures of firearms in Canada that might not be eligible to be in a Canadian's hand if Trudeau keeps going in power. And the thing of it is that I think the majority of Canadians do not want to see fully automatic weapons available the same way in the United States. But it becomes this polarized idea, almost an NRA campaign of like, how dare they take this away from us? So you have a guy in Manitoba who's sitting there going, well, if this guy keeps being prime minister, my firearms are going to be taken away. And next you know, you got the guy packing up his car and driving through the gates of Rideau Hall. We are seeing these radicalizations where individuals who are prone tend to believe what they see on social media more than
I wanted to talk to the Prime Minister about the problem with CERB.
A common sense decision logically.
Jesse Miller is a social media expert and founder of Mediated Reality. And when we come back, I want to get your opinion on something that happened in 2014 when Justin Trudeau was on the outside looking in, and it's a very similar thing where something was taken out of context. And I'm going to get your opinion on that when we come back. I'm Martin Strong.
Every day, more and more people across Ontario are receiving their COVID-19 vaccines. Health Canada approved vaccines are conveniently available in hospitals, doctors' offices, pharmacies, and mass vaccination sites. And every dose brings us closer to what we've missed. So join millions of Ontarians, do your part, and get your shot. Visit ontario.ca/bookvaccine. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Northwood mortgage people work harder to find solutions just for you. For example, Northwood regularly helps families use the equity in their home to pay off their debt and live more easily. Taking the pressure off is what they do, because at Northwood during Jeep season. Ready for adventure? See your Jeep dealer for details. Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
It's a muggy night, 26, feeling like 32, but a nice clear sky, nice bright mood out there. We do have a heat warning in place for Toronto, the GTA, and much of southern Ontario. Good evening, I'm Scott Burnett. Thanks for joining us. Here are the top stories right now. A man is in hospital with possibly life-threatening injuries after a shooting in North York. It happened at Wilson and Jane Street around 10 o'clock tonight. One person has possibly life-threatening injuries. Both victims, men in their 30s. No word yet on suspects. The Blue Jays, Mervish Productions, and TIFF are jumping on the mandatory vaccine bandwagon. The Jays policy doesn't come into effect until September 13th. TIFF goes into effect September 9th. Mervish Productions don't begin until December.
Wow. Depressed? Wish you could feel calm and focused? Now you can get daily support for mood, energy, and concentration. New Calm Balance is the supplement with balancing, calming nutrients, including natural calm magnesium. Just add hot water, let it fizz, and drink day or night.
Fizz. Why would it be?
Hey, it's Alan Cross from the Ongoing History of New Music podcast. Your next favorite podcast could be waiting for you right now on the Curious Cast Podcast Network. Like Nighttime. Join host Jordan Bonaparte for true crime, mysteries, the paranormal, and the weird from all across Canada.
Les gens de l'ambassade des États-Unis, de Canada, de France, de l'Allemagne, d'Australie, ils allaient dans les camps des réfugiés et demandaient aux Afghans de venir dans leur pays. Vous voyez la différence avec aujourd'hui. Et quand on arrivait, on était logé dans des hôtels très luxe, etc. Donc, ça n'a rien à voir avec aujourd'hui.
Non, parce que la crainte aujourd'hui, et on va arriver à la situation actuelle dans un instant, la crainte c'est qu'ils se retrouvent donc noyés à travers effectivement d'autres migrants qui vivent encore sous des tentes et qui n'ont pas encore réussi à se faire des fondations dans notre ville. Donc vous êtes arrivé donc en France, on est au milieu des années 80, vos parents...
Oui. Alors, je suis arrivé en France exactement 30 mars 85.
Et vous aviez... Bon, comment l'écriture est arrivée dans vos vies? Parce que oui, vous avez remporté le prix Goncourt en 2008 pour Signer Sabour. Votre premier roman en français, mais vous aviez écrit évidemment quelques livres en persan avant. Mais comment l'écriture en français est arrivée dans votre vie?
Oh, bah écoutez, c'est très compliqué bien sûr. Moi, je n'osais jamais écrire en français. Mais je ne sais pas pourquoi la première phrase de ce roman, qui est une phrase très simple.
Okay, wait, what the fuck?
La chambre est petite.
Damn it.
Et tout. Mais pourquoi?
Yes, to learn, to take action. Once again, here's Martin Strong.
And our number is 877-399-9898. If you just want to say hello, write a text, give us a text. Make sure you say your name and where you're calling from. We're talking social media and the election.
Once upon a time, that meant like a book that would be reprinted for thousands of
Christia
years.
Freeland posted an embedded video of conservative leader Aaron O'Toole answering a question about privatized health care. It was from an old online Q&A session, and somebody asks him if he would bring in private for-profit health care to Canada, and he quickly says yes. But what they edited out was when he said we're also committed to to universal access and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and it was flagged by Twitter as manipulated media. And with me now is Jesse Miller. He is a social media expert and founder of Mediated Reality. And let's listen to what Aaron O'Toole had to say about
what kind of social networking site is that?
What is Mr. Trudeau talking about? Division, misleading people, importing American-style media manipulation to our campaign within the first 10 days of a campaign he called.
Within the first 10 days, like maybe it was closer to the election to be okay. So Jesse, does that resonate with you? Is this American-style politics?
I'm going to say there is a vibe, but it's not necessarily American or English or Brexit. I mean, the reality is that any kind of soundbite is always going to be used in politics, whether it be a gaffe at a microphone during a debate, or when it comes down to an old surfaced interview where they took a stand on something. We saw that with Jason Kenney when he was running for in Alberta, and they found footage of him in San Francisco when he was going to university. Social media is just a lot faster at moving this information, and usually you'd have to have a journalist like yourself sitting there and deciding how they're going to discuss it. Now it's just your uncle on Facebook who finds the meme and posts it, and it becomes gospel for the uncle, their 20 buddies, and then all of a sudden it's in some Facebook group where we're all going to be part of a pandemic. So there are definitely parts of it where media literacy is necessary. And it's interesting. We have a lot of fears about children and social media.
How come we haven't heard Taliban
them? Are significantly better at sourcing out information and deciding what is factual, what isn't, compared to people who are 55 and over.
That is really an interesting point. I've never really thought about that before. Because when you think of the internet, you think of vulnerable young children, but it's actually your uncle who you have to really worry about.
Those two things might be the
that
same
is so
thing,
interesting. And it's funny, too, because in 2014, I think basically the same thing happened. And it just comes down to politics. Justin Trudeau was being interviewed, and he said the words, "The budget will balance itself." But it was in the context of a sentence where he said that if we provide jobs and there's more jobs and the economy is more robust, the budget will balance itself. And the Conservative Party...
That says a lot about a guy to say something like that.
Of Justin Trudeau saying the budget will balance itself in 2014.
Said it
and they used it in a campaign.
Damn it. I'll show you.
The budget will balance itself.
Thank you.
How can someone who thinks budgets balance themselves be trusted with jobs and the economy?
Hey,
And it should be
apparently.
pointed out also
Here
that
we are.
the visual of this ad, it was a 20-second ad, so it was probably mainly on Facebook. The visual was Justin Trudeau with his
Why would
shirt
it be
open, dancing. Like he was on
I heard him say it like tired about every news outlet say that.
I guess that, I mean, is that just politics, or is that fake news?
No, that's politics, but it's also weaponizing information. Like, one of my clients is a major food takeout chain.
You know where the internet came from?
And they had an issue involving
And then IT means information technology.
that were basically targeting them and saying, there's problems with this company. We did our due diligence. We figured out, it turned out all these people who were making these YouTube videos were hired actors. The same as the person doing the voiceover there saying, would you trust Justin Trudeau? The thing is that is part of our economy. Getting people to do voiceovers, getting people to edit videos certain ways. That is something that we have in our capitalist society. As equally as my client was dealing with the fact that they made a small...
Well, there's murder for hire, there's drugs.
And now all of a sudden you have franchisees who are losing their mind because they think the customers are going to complain. So what do? They hire actors to make it look like customers are complaining. In politics, it's the exact same thing. What we want, ideally in Canada, is a person going to go to the polls and make a choice based on their values, the way that they want to see Canada evolve and grow. But at the same time, they should not be going to the poll and dropping a ballot because they saw a 20-second clip on television, on Facebook, on YouTube, wherever it be, without understanding the context, the full context of what it was. I don't care the politician, I don't care the party. I want people to be media literate.
Right. So what can Facebook and Twitter, and I guess Instagram to a certain extent, do to just make sure that the information is as valid as it can be? What could they do that they're not doing?
Well, obviously, we know that they flag information based on context that might not necessarily be fully there. So we've seen that actively during our COVID experience here. But to be fair, I would actually support more deplatforming. If we saw politicians who are choosing actively to say things that we know as populists are entirely not factual, I don't care what the party is. I'm happy with that person not having a platform on social media. You are not entitled to it. So we heard about Maxime Bernier not being invited into the leaders debate. People got upset about that. We know he's going to run his own shadow debate on social media and try and get people all riled up. But Jagmeet Singh was very clear. He said, I do not believe
it's a shadow debate. How do you have a shadow debate?
What they've been kind of
He's going to yell at the screen while they fucking do their
vaccines and COVID. It doesn't make sense that this person should be there. So I don't want our politics to go wild west the same way we saw with Donald Trump. And I feel confident saying his name now because he's out of that space.
The history of this country, you asshole.
There's always going to be another person who wants to take that ability for manipulated media and a manipulated voter to say, how quickly can I get myself into a position of some power because I can make people believe something. And it's very easy to do with a meme. It's very easy to do with a manipulated video. And like I said, don't carry a party, don't carry your allegiances. If you fall for it, that right there is an uneducated voter.
When you come back, we'll talk again about memes when we have some more time, because I think this could be the election of the meme, because there's a lot out there.
So many.
Yeah, Jesse Miller, thank you so much. So interesting. We'll talk again. Social media expert and founder of Mediated Reality, and we've discovered that the internet is not always a safe space for your kids, but also not always a safe space for your uncle. Stick around. When we come back, we're gonna talk about Erin O'Toole and the Conservative Party's kind of new
There's nothing like going across the border to do a little shopping.
Yeah, they would. You said they had something different.
To catch a game. But when you have a criminal record, it won't get you there.
Dad, I miss
Those long fishing trips together.
The world's greatest grandpa.
So let's stick this in the ground. Will it grow? Mango tree?
At Mount Pleasant Group, we'll help you celebrate every part of them.
Right.
680 News Time, 11:26.
Now, the 680 News at Business Report. Let's head over to the Business Center and check in with our good friend, Stuart McGinn.
One of the fastest growing running shoe brands in the world is set to become publicly traded On Running, officially called On Holding AG. Sells its shoes in over 8,100 retail locations around the world, including here in Canada. The Swiss brand has developed a cult following for its running shoe design with tube-like cushioning technology. It says makes you feel like you're running on clouds. It also helps that On Running is backed by the most famous Swiss athlete in the world. Roger Federer is a major investor in the company and has his own shoe line as well called the Roger. According to reports, On Holding is seeking a valuation between $6 and $8 billion and is found to be traded under the ticker On. Well, coming off a losing week, it was a rebound type of Monday trade on Bay and Wall Street. The TSX closing at 20,477 on a gain of 140 points. The Dow rose 215 to 35,335. Well, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ both closed at fresh records. The S&P up 37 or nearly 1%. The NASDAQ up 227 or just over 1.5% to 14,942. Among many winners, shares of Microsoft reached an all-time high after more analysts recognized the revenue implications of the tech giant's decision to hike prices for its various Office 365 offerings. Microsoft stock was up just 29 cents at the close to 304.65. Like Bay and Wall Street, cryptocurrencies started the week off strong. Early today, Bitcoin climbed past $50,000 US for the first time since May. Cryptocurrencies have been rebounding of late, helping the entire market to climb by $1 trillion in value just over the last month. Most recent reasons for positivity are PayPal announcing its UK customers can make crypto transactions. Many traders are also still speculating recent crypto-related job postings from Amazon and Walmart could lead to both companies accepting crypto sometime in the future, though Amazon has denied that'll happen this year. Bitcoin value as of the close for markets had pulled back slightly to around $49,200 US. Our Canadian dollar back above 79 cents US. It climbed just over a cent today. At the Business Center, I'm Stuart McGinn.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Primucci. We've been buzzing to bring you another signature pizza sensation. We call it the Honey Stinger. Pasta passata, sun-dried black olives drizzled with chili pepper-infused honey. Find out what all the buzz is about.
Black olives matter. What was I trying to catch again?
Why? To decide what to take with me and what to leave behind.
Why would you leave something behind?
Because I don't need it, I don't want it, and I don't use it anymore. Oh, I see what you're doing.
The best way to unburden yourself and your home from the weight of a bunch of junk you don't need
Is to call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. We make junk disappear.
all you have to do is point.
Brian,
78 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
680 News Time at the sound of the double tones, 11:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
It's Monday,
Guys, could you at least get a real band to play like an orchestra? Orchestra to play that. It don't have the whole orchestra.
Two men in their 30s have been injured in a shooting tonight in North York near Jane and Wilson.
Ontario's opposition blames Doug Ford for the resignation of a vocal pandemic advisor after he said the science table is prioritizing politics, an allegation the group denies.
Get vaccinated or miss out on some pretty big fun. The Blue Jays, TIP, and Mervish Productions all announce a mandatory vaccination policy.
G7 leaders are set to meet virtually tomorrow to discuss next steps in Taliban-held Afghanistan.
The Blue Jays announced proof of vaccination plans for their final 12 home dates. Well, take note, Spider-Man. Brayvik Valera shows there's always a way home.
Sports at 45. Pfizer's full vaccine approval drove a winning day for markets, while the pharma giant also made news on Bay buying out a Canadian company. Business at 56.
680 News Time, 11:31.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones. Checking your drive tonight. Here's Greg Gear.
This report is brought to you by
Line. Tristan Field-Jones, Global News.
Ontario NDP leader Andrea Horvath is calling on Premier Doug Ford to stop dangling temporary pay hikes in front of personal support workers and permanently raise their wages. The provincial government has announced a third round of temporary $3 an hour wage increases for personal support workers in long-term care homes and similar facilities. The increase was set to expire Monday, but will now be in effect until at least October 31st. U.S. President Joe Biden is celebrating the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's full approval of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine with another plea to all Americans to get the shot.
He's glad the FDA gave Pfizer's vaccine full approval, but frustrated so many still haven't gotten the shot.
The pandemic of the unvaccinated is a tragedy that is preventable.
President Biden saying free vaccines could save thousands in this Delta surge.
People are dying and will die. We don't have to.
More than 6 million Americans got their shots in the last 7 days. Andy Field, ABC News, Washington.
From the Global News Desk, I'm Toby Kerr.
And either Saturday or Sunday off. Right?
To discuss, to learn, to take action. Once again, here's Martin Strong.
Every single day, 17 Canadians die from addiction. Each day. This is a national emergency. It's time to treat the opioid epidemic as the health crisis that it is. We will build 1,000 residential drug treatment beds and 50 recovery community centers across the country. We'll ensure that Canadians suffering from addiction have the help they need to recover. Only Canada's Conservatives have a plan to make historic investments in mental health and addiction, because mental health is health.
So who is that speaking? It's not Gabor Mate or some other left-wing addiction expert. It is Conservative leader Erin O'Toole. A different message from the Harper days when the federal government, the Conservatives, trying to shut down programs like safe injection sites. But speaking yesterday, O'Toole said a Conservative government would concentrate on harm reduction and continue to allow safe injection sites, or supervised consumption sites, as they seem to be more commonly called these days. O'Toole stopped short of a promise to decriminalize small personal amounts of drugs. O'Toole said he will approach Canada's opioid epidemic as an urgent health crisis rather than a criminal scourge. Well, Garth Mullins is a writer and the host of the Crackdown podcast, a monthly podcast about drugs, drug policy, and the drug war, and he's with us now. Hello, Garth, how are you?
Hey, Martin, I'm pretty good. Long time no talk.
Yeah, we used to hash things out previously, and I'm really curious. I wanted to get your thoughts on this. It's a kindler, gentler conservative candidate, but when you hear something like that, are you filled with some optimism, or are you angered by that?
I mean, not really. Like, let's unpack this, right? Your previous segment was all kinds of parties saying they're not for for-profit healthcare. They're for everyone gets the same deal, right? Okay. That was kind of part of the, is Erin O'Toole or isn't he for private healthcare? Well, let me tell you, if you're wired, if you got a drug problem, like that's been my life. I've had a long heroin habit. I'm on methadone now. You will experience definitely different healthcare depending on what kind of income you have.
You get more healthcare.
The world of recovery houses and recovery centers is scattered, littered, dominated by private for-profit outfits, where if you have more money, you get more luxury and a better deal, and the government-subsidized places are fewer. So we're already talking about a system, when you talk about recovery, that is not really regulated, for one thing. It is a wild west of quacks and profiteers. So the building codes may prescribe that the hallway must be so wide in a recovery house, but in British Columbia and most of Canada, the regulations don't say what actual kind of treatment has to go on there. So this idea of beds is really nice for voters, right? Because they think, oh, these drug users, they're running wild in the neighborhood or they're dying. Wouldn't it be great if we could just tuck them into bed? Like give them a nice hot cocoa and tuck them into bed. But really, the evidence basis for what happens in these places is pretty thin. And what happens in these places covers a lot of ground, like from some decent, okay stuff to some pretty like equine therapy where you pet a horse or something like that. You know, like a lot of stuff goes on. And the last thing I got to say is most people, like, you know, when I sat with a group of people and you know, they were asked to put up their hands, how many people have been here before? Everyone puts up their hands, you know, then they ask like how many people have been here 2 times or 3 times, and a lot of hands stay up, right? So you gotta keep coming back to these places, and that may be fine when the drug supply isn't lethal, but when it's going to kill you, you don't have the luxury of taking 10 years to find the right path. You got to have something that's going to save your life this afternoon. So that's why we call for different measures, which Aaron O'Toole and the Conservatives, and pretty much everybody for that matter, are not on board with.
Yeah, you feel from the NDP to the Conservatives, it's all the same.
Yeah, and let's remember, Aaron O'Toole sat in the cabinet, the same cabinet as Jason Kenney, and was led by Stephen Harper, who for 10 years fought Insight, fought against any other safe injection sites opening across Canada, fought heroin-assisted treatment pilots, all kinds of things. In fact, the
heroin is a prescription drug in Canada, and so is cocaine.
Oh, do you want a safe injection site opening in your neighborhood? We don't want to put drugs in addicts' arms. We want to get them help.
Right.
And that message is still kind of fundamentally the same.
Well,
so if they're suddenly supporting safe injection sites, let's have Aaron O'Toole come on and say, we were wrong. We are sorry that we spent a decade screwing around and blocking progress. And remember, that's the decade leading up to the overdose crisis. So it meant that when the overdose crisis hit, we had to rapidly move to try and do something instead of having any infrastructure.
Right. So let's talk about the overdose crisis, because it seems like everything has changed because of opioids, I guess pharmaceutical opioids like fentanyl. How different is it now than it was, say, 10 years ago?
Well, I mean, it's been a long march to get here. So opium became illegal in Canada. Actually, in Vancouver, it all started here in 1908. And back then, people used to just smoke it from a pipe. So just like alcohol prohibition, you know, people are drinking beer and wine before it. And then the day after, well, everyone's drinking moonshine. Once prohibition starts, you gotta find a booze that's smaller and easier to transport and sneak around and get away from the cops. Well, the same thing is true with drugs, right? Like people were smoking opium, but very quickly it's like, well, morphine, heroin, and then injecting heroin, and then stronger heroin. And then by the time I was around in the 90s, China White, which was very strong. Vancouver had a officially declared overdose crisis in the 90s. So this is actually the second one I'm living through. And then from China White, we saw fentanyl eventually come in,
big long one.
and now carfentanil and benzodiazepines, and on and on. It's like an arms race. So it's like the more they try to have the police squeeze down on the supply, the more it encourages the illegal economy, the illegal drug supply, to become more potent and smaller and stronger.
And these toxic opioids like fentanyl, carfentanil, they make their way in all sorts of different drugs that are not just sort of that they get in the hands of everybody in Canada, don't they?
Wow. Well, we found them to really dominate what used to be sold as heroin or down here. We've seen them in fake pills. We've seen them in like cocaine and speed and stuff. You know, but the thing about fentanyl is it's not toxic itself. Like I used to do fentanyl myself. The problem is you don't know how much or how little you're getting because it's not regulated. So imagine you walk into a bar and you have to drink it right away. Whatever drink you're going to order, you got to drink it right away because maybe the cops will see you drinking it, right? So we got to rush. And they give you a pint glass, but they don't tell you whether it's a pint glass of light beer or tequila. But you just have to slam that baby back. Well, you're going to want to know. You're going to want to know if you're about to drink a pint glass of tequila down in one. So maybe there's somebody who can do that and be okay. But I have not met them, and that's what's happening with the illegal illicit drug market, and that's why we say the solution to this is found at almost every pharmacy in the country. What the drugs that people are doing, there's a pharmaceutical version that people can do that's like a known concentration, a known potency, known quantity, known ingredients. And we're saying we need to have access to that so people aren't going to die this afternoon or this evening.
Garth Mullins is a writer and the host of the Crackdown podcast, which covers the current drug and opioid crisis in this country. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, I want to hear more of your ideas about this crisis. A lot of people die every day right across the country, and it's not just a certain type of person. And we're going to hear more from Garth when we return right after this.
At the Ram Big Haul sales event, we're throwing some pretty big numbers your way, like up to 10,610 pounds of V8 towing and 1,930 pounds of payload on Ram 1500. But you're going to like these big numbers even more. Get up to 9,000.
To test in, 2 left lanes closed off, and then again north of King where 2 left lanes are closed. South 400 maintenance at South Aurora, 2 left lanes are shut down through here and it's slow. Westbound QEW at Ford Drive, 2 right lanes are closed off, and we had a crash also inside this zone. It's been moved off to a single left lane, the collision. However, delays are because of the construction now, which is just after here. It's hardly moving. Toronto-bound QEW, Burlington Skyway maintenance, 3 right lanes are closed off. And then eastbound QEW delays from approaching Trafalgar right through to Ford Drive is construction eastbound. And South 427 at Burnhamthorpe in the Express, 3 right lanes are closed off, and it's a slow drive through this zone here as well. A bunch of stuff going on here. Lots of it we're just not mentioning because it's not causing any problems.
No. But, tell us about the umbrellas.
Tonight. Enjoy football and soccer on DAZN. Stream the NFL, Premier League, and UEFA Champions League. Your sport whenever you want it. Free trial at DAZN.com. Next report at 11:51 with the forecast. Here's Carl Lamb.
How many industrial rolls?
The humidity still lingering across GTA tonight, down to 20 degrees with partly cloudy conditions. Feeling warm at 27. For tomorrow, 32 is the high. Feeling like 40. There's lots and lots of sunshine tomorrow. 22 is a low. And then Wednesday, sun and cloud, 30 degrees. And we do have the chance for some rain showers, especially as we head from the afternoon into the evening. Tonight's overnight low is 20 degrees.
Downtown Toronto right now, a heat warning still in effect. We're sitting at 25 degrees, feeling like 31 with a few clouds. Similar conditions at Pearson Airport. 680 News Time, 11:43.
Straight ahead, sports and today's top headlines.
Coming up,
Hey,
what rhymes with orange?
Go fuck
Honey,
yourself.
your brother needs a toothbrush. Yeah, Jenny, it's my turn, and I'm late for school. Oh, whatever, doofus. I'm already done with it. Go ask Dad. Oh, honey, have you got the toothbrush? Andrew needs it.
So hungry, kiddo. I'm almost done.
Families shouldn't share everything. Talk with your kids about the risks of using medication that isn't theirs.
What?
A message from Drug Free Kids Canada.
Are you people on drugs?
The app now has the best news offering, including national and local news and 24-hour live streams. I'm Donna Friesen. Thanks for joining us. We were going to call it that. Now you can watch global news with your morning coffee or lunch or really any meal and stay informed about your PM or MP or MVP on demand or with 24/7 live streams for free on the Global TV app. But that was taken. What app's got it all? The new Global TV app. Download.
Full details are rolling out on CA/pets.
Toronto's news. Now, this is 680 News.
A clear sky downtown, 26 degrees, feeling like 32 with the humidity. That heat warning remains in effect. Good evening. I'm Judy Friedman. Here are the top stories this hour. A man in his 30s has serious, possibly life-threatening injuries after being shot tonight near Jane and Wilson just after 10 o'clock. That call coming in. Another man in his 30s also injured in that incident. He has serious injuries. Both have been transported
forwarded to hospital. New vaccine mandates are coming and they could affect your plans. The Toronto International Film Festival announcing proof of vaccine or negative test will be required for all staff and those attending the movies. Burbage Production and the Blue Jays also announcing their own mandates today. And G7 leaders, they're set to meet virtually tomorrow. On the agenda, Afghanistan.
Every occasion for over 30 years. And now we're raising our bread game. We've stepped up our 13-step baking process and improved our recipe for more taste and texture in every bite of our freshly baked bread. Because better bread makes a better sandwich. Try our new better tasting multigrain and Italian breads today from the all-new Great Canadian Club. Subway, eat fresh, directly.
Ils ont pris la situation.
Comme promis, mon frère, on sera debout demain. Je casserai d'autres pierres, il y aura d'autres mains.
Mon Dieu, on va payer le prix, ce qu'on voit maintenant, cette débandade et un prix qui laisse un goût hyper pareil.
Absolument, absolument.
77399. With the opioid crisis in Canada, he sounded very different from the Conservative Party of the past. He would concentrate on harm reduction if elected, would allow safe injection sites, and
a lawnmower or something.
Really loud.
Oh, really? I think I may be really loud. I'm not.
No, sorry, your producer. I'm hearing your producer really loud answering the phone.
Oh, really? Oh, well, that's good to know. Well, Garth is a writer and host of the Crackdown podcast, which covers the current drug and opioid crisis in this country. And the one thing you just, before the break, you gave us a great metaphor for illicit drugs. As you go into a bar, you have to drink it really quickly because you're doing it illegally, and you don't know if you have a mug full of light beer or if you have a mug full of vodka. And so it sounds like legalization across the board is what you recommend. And O'Toole, he said yesterday he stopped short of saying he was in favor of legalization, but how close do you feel some of the other parties are to this idea of legalizing all illicit drugs? Oh, I think we may have lost Garth. He was having some trouble hearing us, or maybe he was hearing too much of us. Maybe we can pick him up on the phone or something. But yeah, we were on Zoom with Garth, and so because yesterday, Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole, he did not sound like a conservative. He said a conservative government will concentrate on harm reduction, and as I say, he stopped short of promising to decriminalize a small personal amount of drugs, and. Garth is back, and so I've forgotten my question. Oh yeah, it was about the other parties. Aaron O'Toole stopped just short of saying he would legalize drugs, but the other parties, how close do you think we are to legalizing drugs, and do you think it should be like right across the board, all drugs legal?
I think that some parties are closer. I think the NDP and the Greens are closer. And I think the Conservatives stopped really well short of decriminalization. They said judicial discretion compassionate discretion, the judicial discretion is what Aaron O'Toole suggested, which is an improvement from mandatory minimums. Under Harper, they were just like, if
we got those thrown out, the 1 year minimum for drugs or for guns,
like
both got
2
thrown
years,
out.
away you go. And so he's saying, no, give the judges discretion and let them decide. So that's an improvement, and certainly some parties are saying that they're more for decriminalization. I think the fact that all the parties talk about harm reduction, all the parties talk about a more humane approach, is down to the organization of drug user activists over the last 10 or 20 years, that we've been quite successful at least getting our ideas into the mainstream and getting wide public support. So even Aaron O'Toole understands that you can't win a lot of votes by going and beating up on drug users. In fact, the BC Liberal Party learned this lesson in the last provincial election, where some of their candidates explicitly sought to target us, and some of them lost for it. Like Sam Sullivan, was against a safe injection site on Seymour Street, and was coming out pretty strong and pretty tough on that sort of thing, and the voters chose to go another way. So I think they're noticing which way the wind is blowing, and it's just, for us, it's not blowing hard enough or fast enough in our direction just to save our lives.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of those things where there is no easy answer.
Fuck
if
off,
you're
he's
in
giving you an easy
Vancouver
answer.
or if you're in Toronto, certain areas, it's almost like, when somebody says, well, there will always be drug addicts, do you agree with that statement?
I don't know. I mean, I take my life. I've been on opioids pretty much every day since I was a teenager, and I probably will be until, I don't know, whenever, until I'm like an old person, like, knock on wood that I get there, right? But right now, the opiates that I'm on is methadone. It's prescribed. It comes from pharmacy. It's a reasonable cost. Like, I have union benefits that pay for a lot of your prescriptions, and hopefully everybody gets pharmacare at some point.
Your province doesn't pay for methadone?
It's just like, it's finding that way.
Wait a second.
So yeah, I mean, maybe somebody would say that I'm a drug addict who will always be on drugs. But what does that mean? What is it about the drugs that is so harmful? It's all the stuff with the cops. It's all the going broke. It's all the bad health effects from the contaminants. And all of those things go back to the fact that the laws ban the drugs. The most dangerous thing about drugs in Canada is that they're illegal.
Yeah, well, this is perfect because on the line from Vancouver Island, Ray, who is an officer who works in the streets, and he's just called in. Hi, Ray. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
And you have a question or a comment for Garth?
I've got a comment. Yeah, like you said, I work on the streets 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. every night. I've never seen news media, homeless advocates, mentally ill personnel. It's just mainly the drug users. And you get to know them, So I'll try and keep this short. But the problem is money. The problem is federal money. And I've got two people. I was posting in Kamloops a couple of years ago. We'll call them R&T. On a day off, I went to the bank, and T was outside, and she's a methamphetamine addict, covered in scabs, head to toe. So I walk into my bank, and R is standing there, and the cashier is counting out 100, 200, 300, 400. And I said to him, R, where are you getting all this money? It's not Welfare Wednesday. And he was like, oh, it's the CERB. I won the Justin Trudeau lottery. So now I've got two methamphetamine addicts getting $1,263 a month each, and now they're collecting $2,000 a month each. Run the math on that if you got a calculator. It's about $7,000. So, long story short, we pulled R out of the dumpster about 2 weeks after that. So they make more money than I do. And what do they do with that? They stick it in their arms, they stick it up their nose, and this is why I can't vote NDP. I can't vote Liberal. Here in Bridgetown, I'm back on Vancouver Island now, and the homeless people here and the substance abusers, they call it the Jagmeet Sangmeet sweepstakes.
Right. Well, thank you, Ray. Thank you for that perspective on that. And in the minute or so we have left, Garth, when you hear that, I want to hear your reaction to that.
I gotta say bollocks, and I'll say it for two reasons. Firstly, lots of people die of overdose. The coroner finds bodies in neighborhoods all over this province. It affects people from a wide range of socioeconomic backgrounds. Half of the people who die were getting up and going to work that morning. So a lot of people were employed. So if it was just more money equals more death.
The other half come home after work.
Also,
hey, wait a second.
Like
there's still 50-50 odds you work the day, but you don't get the night.
What we can get off of, say, welfare or whatever. People have other creative ways of getting money. CERB may have replaced it, and maybe those people who were wired on meth didn't have to do sex work for a few months while they were getting CERB. Finally, CERB was at the top 2,000 a month.
Yeah, Mr. Police Officer, you said they make more money than you do. That means they're employed or something.
There's no police officer in Canada that is making $24,000 only, so I do not believe that the person who's wired to crystal meth was making more money than Ray.
Well, thank you so much, Garth. That is an interesting perspective, a bunch of different perspectives. Garth is a writer and host of the Crackdown podcast, a monthly podcast about drugs, drug policy, and the drug world. Best of luck, and I hope we can talk again.
You too, Martin. Don't be a stranger. It was good to hear you.
Right on. Yeah, it was nice to talk to you too. Garth Mullins. Right on. Yeah, this is Martin Strong. When we come back. And drugs. And we'll hear from her right after this.
And drugs. What do you got?
Look smart.
What you said? Just remember, in Canada, there's astronauts on the $5, and the metal strip is it's a reflector for when you're lost at sea or whatever. Signal mirror. There we go.
There are so many safe, fun things to see and do, including 2 new rides. Visit the park this August, and your single-day ticket will be upgraded to a Seasons Pass fun card for free.
Wow. That's so helpful.
Trillium is working to develop treatments to enhance the ability of a patient's immune system to detect and destroy cancer cells. Trillium Therapeutics stock soared on the news, up $14.41 or 185% to $22.22 a share. That helped to lift the TSX, which was up 138 points at the close to 20,477. Coming off its worst week since October, dropping 9%. The price of oil snapped a 7-day losing streak with its best day in about 8 months, rising $3.50 or 5.5% to $65.64 a barrel. Gold was also up a little over 1%, and the loonie climbed a penny to 79.05 cents US. At the Business Center, I'm Stuart McGinn.
Hi, it's Fido. Kickstart the new semester with back-to-school deals on awesome devices and data plans. Great.
Est-ce qu'on peut recommander tous les ouvrages aux étudiants?
Non, je sais pas de quoi vous parlez.
Non, c'est ça. On va en parler avec Alexandre Cloutier parce que c'est le volet public de sa commission qui enquête et qui réfléchit sur ces questions-là. Donc, on en parle tout à l'heure.
Alors, on sera certainement à l'écoute de Midi Info et les Castonguay. Bonne émission à vous.
Tout à l'heure.
Alors, si vous êtes en Acadie, on se retrouve demain. Ça a été un vrai plaisir de vous retrouver aujourd'hui. Et pour les autres, c'est la revue de l'étonnant, comme tous les lundis. Ça se passe dans 6 minutes. À tout de suite.
Plus on est de fous, plus on est.
Ici Marie-Louise Arsenault. Que devraient dire les politiciens? Daniel Lessard et Francine Pelletier proposent l'élection au chef du Parti conservateur du Canada. En semaine 13h, Marie-Tine 14h, séance première. À demain.
Quel parti correspond le plus à vos valeurs? Que vous soyez plutôt à gauche, à droite ou au centre, fiez-vous à la boussole électorale. L'outil de choix pour bien vous repérer dans le paysage politique. Ça vous concerne, on vous informe.
Vous écoutez ici Radio-Canada Première. Au 860 AM à Toronto. Du cœur aux idées.
Ici Richard Pratt, voici les informations. Campagne électorale, une nouvelle promesse de Justin Trudeau en santé pourrait mener à un nouvel affrontement avec les premiers ministres provinciaux. Le chef libéral s'est engagé à dépenser des milliards de dollars à certaines conditions afin d'embaucher plus de médecins et de personnel infirmier partout au pays. Le reportage de Louis Blouin.
Justin Trudeau a commencé la journée entouré de parents qui n'arrivent pas à trouver un médecin. Le préambule a un engagement majeur en santé. Recruter plus de médecins, d'infirmières. 6 milliards en nouvel argent afin de réduire les temps d'attente au pays. Et 3 milliards sur 4 ans pour faciliter l'embauche d'au moins 7500 médecins de famille et de membres du personnel infirmier. Même si la santé relève des provinces, Justin Trudeau veut encore leur imposer des conditions en échange de l'argent. Pour lui, la fin justifie les moyens.
On parle toujours de l'argent qu'on investit en santé. On ne parle pas assez souvent des résultats.
La riposte de ses adversaires a été presque immédiate. Yves-François Blanchet du Bloc québécois.
Parce que c'est pas sa juridiction, parce que c'est pas sa compétence.
Le chef conservateur en profite pour se distinguer des libéraux. Erin O'Toole.
Je vais augmenter les transferts en santé dans une manière stable, prévisible et sans condition.
Le chef du NPD, Joe Meeting, tente de ménager la chèvre et le chou. Ottawa a un rôle à jouer pour améliorer les soins de santé, croit-il, et au final, il promet de respecter l'autonomie du Québec.
Notre approche, c'est on reconnaître que le Québec a le droit de compensation, plein de compensation avec le droit de retraite.
Le premier ministre du Québec s'est fait plutôt discret depuis le début de la campagne, mais l'insistance de Justin Trudeau dans les champs de compétences provinciaux pourrait bien provoquer des étincelles avec François Legault. Ici Louis Blouin, Radio-Canada, Saint-Jean-Terre-Neuve.
C'est dans un mélange d'inquiétude et d'excitation que les étudiants des cégeps du Québec sont retournés sur les bancs d'école malgré la pandémie. Par ailleurs, les parents, les enseignants et les directions d'écoles primaires et secondaires dénoncent le flou entourant les mesures sanitaires qui seront mises en place lors de la rentrée la semaine prochaine. Les autorités doivent faire le point mardi après-midi, mais plusieurs estiment que c'est trop peu, trop tard. Élise Allard a préparé ce qui suit.
Les enseignants ne veulent pas cette année de avance-recul, ce qu'on a vécu l'an dernier.
La présidente de la Fédération des syndicats de l'enseignement, Josée Scalabrini, est formelle. Pas question de revivre une année scolaire remplie d'incertitudes et dont les règles changent sans arrêt. L'enseignante au primaire, Carole André, croit aussi que le ministère de l'Éducation aurait dû apprendre des 3 premières vagues de la pandémie.
Mais je peux pas croire qu'on répète encore la même affaire. C'est pas logique. C'est pas humain non plus.
Le porte-parole des comités de parents du Québec, Sylvain Martel, dénonce le fait que le gouvernement se prenne des semaines d'avance pour instaurer le passeport vaccinal, mais qu'à quelques jours de la rentrée, les directives pour les écoles restent encore floues.
Parce que c'est nos enfants qui posent la question aussi, est-ce qu'ils vont avoir des bulles de classe? Est-ce que je vais devoir porter le masque? Je ne le sais pas.
Le président de la Fédération québécoise des directions d'établissements d'enseignement, Nicolas Prévost, confirme que des centres de services scolaires n'attendent pas le mot d'ordre de la province pour mettre en place leurs propres mesures pour lutter contre la pandémie.
Les gens, à défaut d'avoir l'information, sont en train de mettre en place leur propre protocole.
Le ministre de l'Éducation, Jean-François Roberge, et le docteur Horacio Arruda feront le point demain sur la question. Ici Élise Allard, Radio-Canada, Montréal.
En Afghanistan, des milliers de personnes coincées à Kaboul attendent toujours d'être évacuées, mais la date butoir approche. La pression s'accentue sur les États-Unis pour le maintien de leurs troupes dans le pays après le 31 août. Ce sera le sujet d'ailleurs d'une rencontre d'urgence des pays du G7 mardi. Le reportage de Fanny Sanson.
Il reste à peine une semaine pour évacuer tous les ressortissants qui veulent fuir l'Afghanistan. Les talibans sont catégoriques. Pas question de voir les pays occidentaux à Kaboul après le 31 août. Pour l'instant, la Maison-Blanche maintient son objectif.
We believe that we have time between now and the
Nous croyons que nous avons le temps, soutient le conseiller à la sécurité nationale, Jake Sullivan. Une réponse prudente à une crise diplomatique complexe. Washington affirme néanmoins que des discussions sont toujours en cours avec les talibans. La France, de son côté, est moins nuancée. Un délai supplémentaire est nécessaire. Le ministre des Affaires étrangères, Jean-Yves Le Drian.
C'est un exploit. D'ailleurs, chaque vol est un exploit. Et les discussions que nous avons eues tout à l'heure avec notre équipe à Kaboul montrent l'extrême difficulté de la situation.
Jusqu'à présent, le Canada a rapatrié 1700 personnes. Mais l'opération d'évacuation ne va pas assez vite, selon certains.
Pour nous, c'est impossible qu'ils vont partir le 31 août. Voilà.
Makfi Kwestani, une Québécoise d'origine afghane, craint le pire pour sa famille, toujours sur place, paralysée par la peur.
L'histoire va se rappeler de cette date-là, quand on aura quitté l'Afghanistan, parce que c'est pas vrai qu'il va y avoir une paix. C'est pas vrai que tout sera calme. Donc, je pense que beaucoup de personnes vont mourir.
Justin Trudeau participera à la réunion du G7 promet que le Canada et ses partenaires vont être là pour aider le plus de gens possible. Ici Fanny Sanson, Radio-Canada, Montréal.
Les changements climatiques seraient partiellement responsables des pluies extrêmes qui ont causé des inondations en Europe le mois dernier, selon une étude. Au moins 220 personnes sont décédées en Belgique et en Allemagne en juin dernier, lorsque des cours d'eau gonflés par la pluie sont devenus des rivières dangereuses, emportant des maisons, des routes et des ponts, et causant des pertes de plusieurs milliards de dollars. Pour plus de détails et d'autres nouvelles, une adresse radiocanada.ca.
Dernier droit de l'émission, encore une vingtaine de minutes à passer ensemble avant de plonger dans la revue de l'étonnant. Demain, on va avoir avec nous Marilyn Peltier.
Discuss the resurgence of COVID cases worldwide and climate change.
Closer to home, a member of the province's pandemic science advisory table has resigned, saying politics is getting in the way of what the group shares with the public. And the opposition says they want modeling released that could affect the upcoming school year.
It's all
Get the details
politics.
from 680's Karen Ciola.
The table's scientific advisor, Dr. Peter Uni, says we haven't seen the COVID modeling for fall, not because of political interference, as Dr. David Fissman has alleged.
The regular modeling that we typically are presenting is carefully reviewed and is based on a consensus with the inclusion of various models. This simply hasn't happened.
Liberal leader Stephen Del Duca is calling for updated projections to be released as soon as possible.
When that information, those projections are ready, when they are finalized, I'd like to see them. I'm pretty sure Ontarians would like to see them.
NDP leader Andrea Horwath agrees as kids go back to school in 2 weeks, but she says
there's no doubt that the modeling is important, but if you have a government that ignores it anyways, its value is diminished.
The province did not address the allegations directly, but tells 680 News it will continue to make decisions based on the best advice from the chief medical officer. I'm Karen Ciolin.
There's been a COVID-19 outbreak at a big basketball tournament in Oshawa. Durham Public Health are struggling to reach an estimated 7,000 people who attended the 43rd annual Jane and Finch tournament earlier this month. At least 20 positive cases were identified so far. The event was held at the Playground Global Facility on Boundary Road in Oshawa from August 3rd to 8th. Teams and spectators came from all over Ontario and Quebec. Anyone who attended is being told to get tested for COVID-19 as soon as possible.
680 News Time 12:08. The search is on for a joyriding TTC rider who uploaded a video of himself clinging onto the back of a subway train that was moving. In the video, you can see someone jumping onto the tracks at Bathurst Station, then climbing onto the steps on the back of the subway train. He then hangs on for a joyride as the train travels to Spadina. TTC spokesperson Stuart Green calls it dangerous and irresponsible.
You can imagine if something were to go wrong on that joyride and something awful would happen, that could be traumatic to anyone who has to witness it. It can also cause an inconvenience to our customers if we have to delay service because someone's been identified as improperly at track level. So there are any number of good reasons not to do it, the least of which is that you could die.
The least of which, this is Toronto. Keep the traffic moving.
Last Friday. You can see that video on 680news.com.
Venice is trying to prevent too big of a rebound for its tourism industry. Stuart McGinn takes a look.
As of next summer, Venice, Italy will charge an entry fee for visitors. Local reports over the weekend revealed a new package of measures designed to control the reopening of the city's tourism sector, including booking advance requirements. All visitors enter the city on electronic turnstiles, so a tally can be kept.
Like Chernobyl. Very good, very good.
Depending on the season, residents, relatives, and children under 6 will be exempt. Over-tourism's been a big problem in Venice for years. Locals have been complaining of crowds
because they can't ride on all the big kid rides.
Venice has already been receiving up to 80,000 visitors a day this summer. The return of the travel industry underway. I'm Stuart McGinn.
This new segment was brought to you by TMS Clinics of Canada. We'll check gas prices in just 30 seconds.
680 News Time 12:09.
This is 680 News.
Did you know 1 in 5 Canadians struggle with their mental health? We all deserve to live, laugh, and love life. I'm Dr. Leo Steiner. I've been treating mental health patients for over 30 years. And I'm really excited to tell you about a recent breakthrough in science called TMS. TMS stimulates the brain to help lift that heavy cloud of sadness without medication. To find out if it's right for you, I'd like to offer you a free consultation. Visit tmsofcanada.com. That's tmsofcanada.com.
What the fuck is that? Gas price update. Emperor says the price of gas did not change at midnight, still holding at $1.32.9 a liter.
And until tomorrow.
680 News Time 12:10.
It's the Subaru Adventure on Sing-Along.
With legal and backup local.
Others, going into education, all kinds of things. Lots of people in the trade. So we're losing all these young folks, and I don't think you need to die from addiction.
Right. So what do you think is the biggest misconception about young people and drug use?
What?
Well, young people and drug use have been going on together for many years,
Right.
Since we all know, some of us remember the 60s and 70s, and so they tend to think they're kind of invincible. None of them think no one thinks they're going to become addicted to drugs. And some vulnerable people do. And so my daughter was very surprised that she became addicted and that she couldn't stop. And she did try many times. And I think one of the myths is that people continue to use because they're just looking for the high. Not really. Most of the time, by the time they get there, they're looking to not get sick, because if you don't get that drug, it can also make you sick. And then there's also some psychological pain that a lot of folks that are addicted have. And so it's not just as simple as this is a choice. People are making a bad choice and they could choose to quit.
$20 goes to Colombia to find out if the rebels are trying to defraud the car dealership.
Multiple paths of treatment so that we look at each individual and say, what does this individual need? And what do we have to treat them with? So in Mr. O'Toole's case, he was talking about
to let you rob him and steal the car, you get insurance to buy him another car, you both get a new car.
I don't exactly know what he meant by recovery centers, but what we would ask is, does the science and the research support that as a treatment? And we're not sure, so we wish, actually, that the government would do what they did with COVID, which was, for the most part, they listened to the experts and implemented the plans that the experts had in place. And we suggest that they do that instead of
I'm going to write that on here, so I'm going to put Jim Thor. Somewhere I'm going to put human pylon.
Interesting. Well, we're talking to Deb Bailey. She is going to speak at the International Overdose Awareness Day event, August 31st. She's part of Mom Stop the Harm, and she lost her own daughter to overdose in 2015. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back, and I'm sure Deb has some...
You're not sure if it would be a good idea. You sound like you don't know what you're talking about, baby.
Team One rock star recovering from COVID has a message for fans. Get vaccinated.
I shudder to think how many fucking drugs and everything else have you done to tell us what to do. Get vaccinated. You can't come to my show. I don't know who you are. I'm not coming to your show.
Hollywood. Your headlines are next.
680 News Time 12:14.
You got that 13.
That's the last time. What's that printer that comes with 30 times the ink of standard printers? Megatank.
Is it really like the 30s?
Yeah, it's a Canon printer. It comes with like 2 grand worth of ink compared to Canon ink cartridges.
Canon, because you're shooting, right?
Listen to the voice in your head. You get a Canon. Stroll. Visit us online.
You can finally look to the future. BMO Business Banking wants to help you check all the boxes with great products and solutions. No monthly fee banking? Check. Quick loan application? Check. Welcome bonus? Check. Loyal customers? Loyal customers? Yep, that's a check. Now top it off with expert advice from BMO Business Banking. When a bank supports your success, that's real financial progress. Visit bmo.com/business offers for full details. Terms and conditions apply.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Partly cloudy, 25 degrees, feeling like 31 in downtown Toronto. Good morning, I'm Scott Burnett.
I'm Judy Friedman. Here are the top stories this hour.
2 men in their 30s are in hospital, one with possibly life-threatening injuries after they were shot near Jane and Wilson. It happened around 10 Monday night. Still no word on suspects. Prime Minister Trudeau will be taking part in a G7 virtual summit later this morning to discuss the ongoing turmoil in Afghanistan. Trudeau supports sanctions against the Taliban, who have threatened action if U.S. troops stay in the country past the August 31st deadline.
We'll seize all the assets of yours we haven't already seized. Yeah, that's
return of Hamilton will all require vaccines. The Jays, Murphy's Productions, and TIFF saying vaccines will be made mandatory.
We all want to run down and see if they meet some Radler again.
Time for 680 Sports. It's Jeff.
Later, looks like.
The Diamond GIA Facet Wear Report, giving you independent verification that your diamond was cut for maximum brilliance.
Spence Diamonds only uses diamonds of exceptional cuts so they shine nice.
If it's cut too shallow or too deep, it's may not shine properly.
A true diamond shines like a disco ball.
The scintillation of exceptional cuts.
The sparkle of the rock
is what makes every Spence Diamond of exceptional quality.
Is why you should buy your diamond from Spence and nowhere else.
Spence Diamonds. Find us in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
Divorce can bring out the worst in human behavior. If you're worried about losing your children, selecting the right lawyer will have a major effect on your case and your life.
Set to go elk hunting for their second straight win on home turf.
What?
Now, Thursday's game now postponed with hopes to be made up later in the season after 9 different Edmonton players came down with COVID-19 cases on Sunday. The Elks played the Lions in Vancouver last Thursday, BC now being monitored as well to see if they can play in Ottawa this coming Saturday. Sports at 15:45 past every hour, anytime online at sportsnet.ca/590.
Beyond Money, the most immersive experience ever, is now Toronto's hottest ticket. Welcome to the world premiere of Beyond Money, a visceral experience. You know, I almost got...
I thought my name was a painter. No, I really did. Hold on a second.
Spectacular. Beyond Monet. Now, safely. Thrilling audiences at the Metro Toronto Convention Center. Tickets at MonetToronto.com.
Welcome back, and remember to call 87.
Because a Jeep isn't like anything else. Never has been. We're different. The square peg.
A Jeep is like 5 different vehicles from different companies, and they all have the same Ford parts.
Loyalty cash for select owners during Jeep season. Ready for adventure? See your Jeep dealer for details.
Day 9 of the federal election campaign saw some big promises on health care and
this
climate
18
change.
minutes?
It was a controversial tweet from the Liberals that stole the spotlight.
In Halifax, Liberal leader Justin Trudeau vowing to hire at least 7,500 new family doctors and nurses and tackle the issue of wait times with a $9 billion investment.
We're going to eliminate the backlog that has been building for years.
But he had to face many questions about a tweet from the Liberals that edited a clip of Conservative leader Erin O'Toole speaking about private health care options. Twitter has labeled the tweet as manipulated media. Trudeau defends it, saying in the middle of the pandemic, O'Toole was pushing for more private, for-profit involvement in healthcare, but the Conservative leader accuses the Liberals of trying to divide Canadians.
I 100% support our public and universal healthcare system.
But O'Toole refused to answer questions on where he sees more private options in healthcare. The Conservatives promising worker representation on boards of directors for federally regulated companies, and NDP leader Jagmeet Singh vowing action on climate change.
What does that mean? You have somebody talk.
For all, fossil subsidies. We will invest in a renewable future.
Green Party leader Annamie Paul calls for more diversity and cooperation in Parliament. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
Let's head out east, shall we? Prince Edward Island's education minister says students can prepare for a near normal return to school next month. Natalie Jameson says students will not be organized into cohorts when classes resume, but masking guidelines will be in place for students, staff, and visitors in school buildings and on school buses. Jameson says the guidelines will be in place until at least October, as the more contagious Delta variant
the whole school is like one cohort
across the country, and the fact that children under 12 still can't get vaccinated.
In fact, they split cohorts across 2 or 3 schools.
Residents in BC will have to produce proof of a COVID-19 vaccination starting September 17th if they want to
check out certain events.
Provincial Health Officer Dr. Bonnie Henry says almost 90% of recent COVID-19 cases are in those who haven't been vaccinated. She says the new vaccine card will ensure indoor social settings are safe for the majority of residents who have been immunized.
This is a temporary measure that's getting us through a risky period where we know that people who are unvaccinated are at greater risk.
Starting September 13th, those who want to attend an event need to show proof of their first shot and must be fully immunized by October 24th. Terry Theodore, the Canadian Press.
Traffic and weather in 60 seconds.
Have you been dreaming about retirement where you could enjoy nature?
In ages and socioeconomic status, and who are losing the most are young men, actually, who are using alone and at home, who have jobs often and who have the money to purchase drugs. And oftentimes you wouldn't know that they were drug users. And
yes, you would. You're in denial.
In the shadows. I always say addiction lives in the shadows because of the stigma of admitting that you are using drugs. I know my daughter felt that very keenly and didn't want anybody to know. She didn't want to go for daily witness suggestion of Suboxone because somebody might see her.
Let's go witness, apparently. I never heard of that before.
As parents, we're often stigmatized too.
Oh, shut up.
Some of the comments that I have received, blaming addiction on poor parenting, all those kinds of things. And so addiction, we're a little bit behind by 20 years on what addiction really is out in the public sphere for the most part.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That sounds that sounds terrible. I mean, what kind of advice do you have for parents, just generally for parents who are dealing with young, teenagers, for example, or kids in their early 20s even? What advice for dealing with this kind of stuff?
Well, first I'm going to give some advice to everybody because people always say, "What can we do?" And it's really simple. What we can all do is treat each other kindly because stigma is a form of bullying. And so if we just treat each other with dignity.
Bullying is what creates the addicts in the first place. Okay, what about today's addicts?
If you've been injured in an accident, your suffering and expenses could be completely covered. Call Diamond & Diamond for a free consultation. 1-800-567-HURT. Next report at 12:31 with the forecast.
Par exemple. Et concrètement, donc, ça va se manifester instinctivement. Par exemple, si je parle au téléphone et que je marche, il faut que je regarde ce qu'il y a devant moi sans m'enfarger tout en menant une conversation.
C'est ça, c'est la fluidité de l'intelligence. Parfait.
Exact. Faut essayer de ne pas bugger sur mes mots pendant que je vous regarde.